And we are live. Hey there, everybody, and welcome to the Vice wrap up. We are back together one last time to sort of celebrate, 3.5 years, 500 plus hours, and 140 sessions of tabletop role playing goodness. And let's go around and meet the folks who were all a part of this. We will start off with Bird versus Plane.
Hey folks, I'm Bird vs. Plane, and I was Iskatal, the half-elf bard turned gunslinger, who is now a singer of fates and all that good stuff. And yeah.
Next up, we have Good Guy Pie.
Hello everyone, I am Good Guy Pie, and I had been playing Goldheart, Adventure Extraordinaire, all the way from Elevation Pit. And, we ended on a high note, ended on some low notes with that character.
And next up, we have NNG9.
Hey y'all, I'm Energy9, this is Rock, this is Dalinar. I played Luna, Water Genasi Monk, Talent Agent, Mother of Cities, Wrecker of People's Posteriors. All around. I'm trying not to swear, and it's really hard.
Yeah. You did okay. You did okay, and then it got a little weird.
That's me.
Yeah. Next up, we have the man behind the cat, Templar Warden.
Hello, I am Templar Warden. I was playing Hidden by Axel, the Tabaxi wizard turned dragon wizard. Yeah, that fell flat.
There you go. Next up, we have Dragons Are Cats, who I've got to squeeze his name way down so we can fit in the fact that he had played a couple people over this campaign.
Just a few. That's it's a bit of spice. And hello, I am Dragons and Cats, and I was playing Vidar, Lycran, and Ishkrin, the Eldritch Ladrin Sweeper. Not Eldritch, but anyway. And
as our sort of masters of ceremonies today, we have a long time viewer, someone who's a great friend of ours from many a con. We have New Titans.
Hi, thanks everybody for having me on the stream today. Jay and the cast asked me to sort of be MC through this. And apparently the way Jay has me set up as head in the chair, and I'm good with that. So,
yeah, no, I'm getting you a little better in the chair now, so it looks a little like you're actually in the chair. And I am Tall Squall. I was the DM of the campaign, and am happy to share with all you folks and everybody about all the fun secrets.
Hey,
and
just a quick question. I feel like one of our characters, perhaps the best at being hidden and stealthy, maybe is still being stealthy.
She is totally, because I was typing.
Never change. Never change.
It's so legendary that even she can even hide from the DM.
Look at that. So, Tree Hugging Druid, please grace us with your presence.
Hi, I'm Tree Hugging Druid. I played Celia Rollerin, our high elf rogue, who I guess now is the leader of an entire Riftwalking guild, which is insane to me.
Yeah, Guild of Planewalking Assassins, because that's not scary and terrifying at all. Yes, the best of the stealthy and the stealthiest. Thank you, everybody, for all of your resubs. As always, we do run our campaign 100% for charity. We still are supporting the Andre Lord project, and Alicia can tell us a little bit more about it.
Andre Lord Project is an organization dedicated to a number of different causes. They have a number of awesome programs like Safe Outside the System, which is all about resolving conflicts without any sort of outside force, like the police having to get involved, keeping it more peaceful. Trans Justice, a lot of good programs. You can donate to their site directly by clicking on the purple lettering in the link below, or you can donate through our channel, I suppose. Our story's done, but you can still do it. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
So
not illegal. Come on.
yeah, we'll give you a nat 20 on your questions,
Something.
I guess.
Wait, no. If you donate today, I'll pun. As soon as you do it.
No. Okay, wait. No.
Yes, yes.
No.
I said it.
Dude.
You've given me the power.
I feel like I've already lost control here.
Well, yeah,
I feel like
that's-
the head in the chair just has no control at all.
Frankly, you
Wait, what?
lasted
Of course
longer
you have
than I
control.
thought. You
I
really
would
did.
never take that from you.
Only when we let you.
So, but before we get started, we will run our campaign intro one last time. So, here y'all go, folks. For the last time around, we welcome you to the Vice. Hey folks, there we go. Get all our mics and stuff back. We are back, and again, welcome everyone. I was trying to quick go through all of everyone. Thank you so much for re-upping your donations and all that kinds of stuff, and welcome to the last piece of thanks. Fernando, of course, donated $25 for a pun action surge, and here we go.
Let's see. We're going to go from a book today.
Look.
So these will be themed, as it were, not my usual format. But the theme for this will be math/science. You know what seems odd to me? Numbers that aren't divisible by 2.
Wow. This is how it's gonna be. Okay. Thanks, Fernando.
And hit that ban button real quick.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
God, you can't ban me.
ban. Yeah, feel free to donate. Banhammer.
I won't ban you. Don't worry.
So,
Abuse of power.
I'm actually. This is so weird. I'm going to turn this over to our Masters of Ceremonies, to New Titans, to get this kind of rolling. We are going to field questions from out in the chat as well as we can. We also only have 3 hours to cover 3 years. So, and anyone who's listened to one of my recaps where I was like, oh, I can recap the first year of the campaign in like 5 minutes, no problem. And we got through 3 episodes. So, New Titans, take the mic already, or I'm going to keep talking.
I'm taking it. Good gracious. When you said I had to steal your mic away, I didn't know you were being serious.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, everyone out there in chat. I normally know you in chat. Here I am on the actual stream, and I'm very honored to be here. I was very honored that the cast asked me to be here. I'm basically just going to be an MC and let this team talk, because we have spent so much time falling in love with these characters and getting to know this cast that this is just a real honor to be a part of, to watch this cast wrap it up and answer some questions. I do have sort of an idea of where I want to go with everything, but as Jay just said, if you guys have questions, throw them in chat and we'll try to get to them. If we don't see them, it's Bird's fault, but we're going to get to everything we can. The way we're going to start this is I was gonna start with who in the world is New Titans and why is he there? I've been very blessed to meet almost half the cast in person. I met Jay a million years ago when we both used to go to a Comic-Con called Heroes.
Mm-hmm.
And I first met him when he was Shazam, which is impressive. And then I went to Gen Con last year and I got to meet Bird and NG9. And I've been watching this campaign for over 3 years and just totally enthralled with it every week. The twists, the turns, the surprises, and maybe a tear or two. But it is so great to have seen this entire thing develop and actually resolve. It was masterfully done. And when I say that, I give the credit to Jay, but I also give the credit to the cast that you see right here, because they work together seamlessly. When I first started watching the Vice, Jay used to have the hair on the top of his head. Bird used to have baby face. NNG9 used to be green.
Mm-hmm.
I lost count of how many times the hair changed for Tree Hugging Druid. Let's see. If you want to talk about hair, let's talk about Lux, which has gotten shorter the last few months, but was very long, very Goldilocks for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Let's Templar Warden used to be an actual person, and and I have no idea what to say about Dragons for Cats, because what, dude?
Different style every week with him.
That's what I'm saying. So this is a great group of people. So let me stop talking about me and let's get into this. What I want to start with is actually throwing the ball to Tall Squall. I will take it back though, just fair warning.
Oh, absolutely.
And I just want to do a very quick overview of the Vice. I mean, you were the Dungeon Master. Do we use Dungeon Master here? Do we use Game Master? Does it matter?
Dungeon Master or Game Master, either way.
You were the Dungeon Master for this whole time. You came up with the idea for this. You built this entire world, more than a world, but you did the world building for it. So tell us a little bit where that idea came from, what generated it, and then tell us very briefly sort of the lore of the Vice before we bring the characters into it.
So and I will try to not go too crazy. Really, this whole campaign, a lot of people know this, came from a backstory of my character Gavin, and it was just me telling the story of how he became a paladin. And I was kind of like, okay, I always am, and the why. You know, how did he learn to fight? How did he learn that sort of stuff? And so he was taking a journey, and of course, in all fantasy tropes, you take a journey through the big bad woods. And frankly, I was just writing this up, and I was like, well, I don't want it to be just another Mirkwood, for those of you who've read Tolkien, because we've done that so many times. And so I came up with this idea of this forest, this ancient forest that someone had built this road through. But it wasn't just like a winding, meandering road. It was this straight as an arrow road, and when you were in there, magic got weird. And it was sort of like left with that. When I started turning it into a campaign world, it was like, well, why does magic get weird? What happened? And that's when sort of the world started to evolve, with this idea of, well, why would you build a road through such horrible conditions in a world of high magic when you can teleport everywhere, when you can do all of these things, when you could have these airships and flying machines and everything else? And so that's when this whole backstory and lore of, okay, this is a high magic world that has had some sort of catastrophe or multiple catastrophes happening that has taken it from being a world of high magic, down to a world that is now back, moving around in these covered caravans across these huge continental spaces. And that's where this all came from. And it was all because of, the Viceroy's Highway, which got, to be known as the Vice because people couldn't go across it. But anyway, so you had these two back-to-back cataclysms that happened. One, you had the Netherwing Dragons show up, who basically took over the sky, so that no longer you could have people, any sort of creature really fly through the sky. So suddenly flight was taken out. And then the second piece was when you went through, when they built this road, they didn't realize that the Midnight Wheel, this giant forest, was acting as basically a resistor for polarized magic. And when you cut a pathway through it, you basically short-circuited magic and teleportation and the ley lines of the world. And that's where we ended up. So we ended up with the party, when they started this campaign, didn't know any of this information. They didn't even know that flight was not possible in this world. They didn't know that teleportation had broken down because they were all basically in our character creation. I said these are all young characters. These aren't old characters. They've all been born, even if the elves and stuff, within the last probably 50 years. That 50 years old would be the oldest they could be. So they didn't have a lot of this information, and that was part of the discovery process of this world. I could go into way more deep lore of that, but that sort of was the general presence, is the high magic world that now suddenly is dealing with not having a lot of those high magical abilities.
So when we were speaking offline, you said a term that I thought was interesting, and maybe you could respond to this a little bit. You said, when you were talking about creating this world of the Vice, you said the arcane versus the divine. Mm-hmm. Tell me how that works in.
So this is even a little bit deeper into the lore. How this world became a high magic world was because in its far back history, there was a huge sort of cosmic level war that the way it was resolved was by some very, very powerful magical entities, which our character Iskrin was related to, destroyed part of magic itself. They destroyed chaos out of magic. And what that did is basically took the magic of the divine, which by definition needs to have some piece of chaos because it's about faith. You can't follow a formula and get the same outcome with divine magic because it involves chaos and faith of whether it's going to actually happen. Whereas, so when you took that chaos away, what happened is you had this giant sort of vacuum that got filled by order. And so one of the big organizations in this world, the Arcana Mystica, took advantage of that because in a very ordered world without chaos, you can develop these huge towering heights of magic. And so as the divine sort of started to wane, ordered magic, wizardry specifically, started to climb and become more and more and more and more powerful, which led to this very elaborate, amazing, fantastical high magic world. But you almost started to take the wonder out of it because there wasn't that divine spark. It was slowly diminishing over the millennia.
Exactly, but you took this world that you were creating, and then it was not an easy world. It was a complex world, right? A lot of levels and whatnot. You created several factions within this situation of the way we talked about it a little bit was magic being broken, right?
Yeah.
And so how did the factions fit into all this, and how did those factions end up getting into the story? And I may be talking about villains a little bit.
Oh yeah. So you had the Arcana Mystica, which I certainly talked about, who suddenly became these very powerful entity who wanted to retain power. They were all about the control of magic, and specifically high-level magic, because there had been a huge war that had decimated the world. A second war, truly, that was between the elves and the humans, that had a lot of high-level magics, did a lot of destruction to the world. And the Arcana Mystica, to make sure that that didn't happen again, started taking control. So basically, in the D&D world, everything above 5th level spells was controlled by the Arcana Mystica. You then had this other faction, the Zephyr Consortium, who was all about everyday magic. They were all about, hey, there's a lot of people who have got really tough lives out here. We can make it so much easier if they had everyday magic, like literally wiring every house for electricity. It literally was like, yeah, you have a magical can opener, because why not? And those two factions sort of became the key piece that then led to the development of the Vice, this road itself. The Zephyr Consortium doing the airships and doing more sort of practical transportation. The Arcana Mystica doing more magical teleportation. They were in direct conflict with each other and sort of had this sort of, call it a corporate war, faction war between the two of them that led to the downing of all the airships. The Zephyr Consortium then was like, fine, if we can't fly, we're basically going to make a railroad. It's kind of what we got. And that was build this highway, the Vice, that was going to have this arcane engine, think of a steam engine that will connect the two sides of the continent. And very much in my mind, how I thought of that was the Transcontinental Railway in our own history of those type of adventures and things that would happen as that road was being built. The big difference here is once we drove that last spike, a huge sort of ground fault of magic happened, which destroyed Darixis, which was the home of the Tieflings, and more specifically, in that release of elemental energy, created the Genasi, which is where Luna's story really begins.
Okay, I'm going to bring up two last characters because they were instrumental throughout this whole thing, and then we'll pivot to the characters a little bit more, to the cast here a little bit more. And those two characters I want you to talk about is Asmodeus, yeah?
Asmodeus, yeah.
Ooh. Sorry. And the Archmistress.
Okay. And this is really sort of late campaign lore, but was always sort of in my mind of how this all happened. The Archmistress was truly the big bad, the sort of the big mover and shaker in the world, the head of the Arcana Mystica. She was the one who actually summoned the Netherwings to this world in order to down all of the airships. Basically made a deal with these dragons to come to their world, give them the sky, literally give them the sky if they would take out the Zephyr Consortium. That was sort of the first level of that story. The second level of that story is she wasn't acting on her own. She was given instructions from Asmodeus, the Lord of Hell, who taught her how to do this, because what he wanted to do out there among the cosmos, and this is sort of my big deviation from true D&D lore, Asmodeus has Tiamat held captive in the Nine Hells. In my world, Tiamat has these 5 dragon heads, which are sort of aspects of the other leaders of dragons. In my world, there is actually a 6th aspect of Tiamat, which is her void form, which was not being held prisoner by Asmodeus and was out sort of flying amongst the cosmos as the Dark Empress, the leader of the Netherwings. And so Asmodeus was basically using the Archmistress to make a trap for this void for the Dark Empress, this void aspect of Tiamat, so that he could actually capture and hold the truly all of Tiamat imprisoned, instead of having this one aspect of Tiamat out, creating havoc in the universe.
Fantastic. Okay, so now we've got this setup.
Yep.
We've got this world, we've got these villains, we've got this craziness with magic going on, but now we need some players. We need to actually have a campaign. And if you look at these players, besides their just stunning beauty, I want to know how you selected them. I mean, we've got players from the United States, apparently newly Canada, New Zealand, Australia, England. How do you go around the world and say, come play with me?
So,
or maybe not that way, but
well, so truly, when I sort of was getting the idea of the campaign, I was very concerned about casting, just of who did I want to play this with, because I have this huge, giant, grand idea. I want people who are going to be able to stick with it, people who I think are going to be great players, people who are going to be fun to play with, people whose ideas I really like. The big sort of crossroads for all of us was actually Encounter Roleplay. And not that any of us at the time were players on Encounter Roleplay, but that we all participated very actively in the chat. Bird vs. Plane, Templar Warden, Good Guy Pie, Dragons or Cats, all of those people, a Tree Hugging Druid, pretty much all of them were heavy participants in Encounter Roleplay chat. And one of the big things that I did then, it was always about viewer decisions, and you would put in your ideas for the next thing that would happen, and then everyone would vote on them. And pretty much consistently, our ideas would be the ones that would be sort of in the top 5 or the top 2 or the whatever. We'd be sort of competing for the top ones. And so I was getting this real good idea of, this is how these people's creative processes think. They're very much in line with my own. Wow, maybe this is where I start. And so that was really where the first sort of testing the waters was. So the crazy piece of this story is, there then was okay, do I think that I can actually DM something virtually and online? And literally at like 11 o'clock at night, one of the stations I watched, Wrath is stationed. He was like, hey, I'm going to run a D&D campaign. I want to run some role play or D&D or whatever. If anyone wants to participate, let me know. And I was like, hey, I've got a thing if I can run it. And of all things, one of the other players was Dragons or Cats playing Iskra. And so he played the whole story of Dibs, Wagons, and getting the Whiskey Gremlin, which came into our story later. And so he was sort of my first actual real player, even though he didn't come into the campaign much later. The rest of us, during a 24-hour stream, a lot of us, not all of us, but quite a few of us played in that 24-hour stream. We actually played what would be sort of episode, I think, like 13.5 in our campaign, which was actually sort of played out of order. where actually all the cursed rings showed up. So we had played there once, and then as I was getting it together and really putting it together, I was kind of like, okay, I've not really played with any of these people before. I need someone who I can really lean on, who I've really participated with, who I've role played with. I will say my ringer, and that was Alicia. We had played for, a year. How long did we play in Titus's campaign? A year, 18 months?
I think about a year, something like that.
And so I asked Alicia if she would come, and I told her what I was doing, what I was putting together, and if she would come and she would play, because I really needed to have, someone I could lean on to, for just as a player who I knew that if I got in trouble would be able to help me out of it and help me through it. But then when we really started getting into the world, and started talking about the Genasi, it just became so important to have Alicia's voice to help tell that story that I really wanted to tell about the Genasi, which became such a key component of the whole campaign.
Yeah. Okay, so Tall Squall and NNG9 had played together before. For the entire cast, this is for you all. Did anyone else ever play something else with another cast member before this?
Oh.
Like Good Guy Pie and Templar and I, we were a part of, it was a Discord roleplay server that
oh god,
Encounter roleplay.
I forgot about that.
Jesus,
Yeah.
I remember that.
And that was like the only time that we actually played together was.
I think I played a couple of one-shots on Encounter Roleplay with the Good Guy.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we had a couple of one-shots there. But yeah, I forgot about that roleplay.
Same. Old Man Terry, that was it.
Well, I'll tell you guys, from somebody who watches you through chat every week, you would never guess that, because you guys work so well together, and in difficult scenes and silly scenes and just day-to-day D&Ding, right? You guys work so well together that you would guess that you had been playing together. I was about to say for years, but you actually have at this point been playing together for years. But you know what I mean.
We know what you mean.
Honestly, like one of my favorite moments was Alicia and I had known each other for maybe 2 hours.
Yeah.
And we had that sisters scene. Yeah. And that is possibly one of my most favorite scenes.
And that's
Art, if you want to know about it, is under the hashtag Art of the Vice by Black Sounder. Go check it out. Continue.
Love. But it's exactly what you just brought up that I love about these types of campaigns. It's the unexpected scenes where you find these connections and the story just sort of takes over and puts you together. That is fascinating. And that's what you guys did so well over this entire campaign. That's awesome. We have a question from chat that I think feels like fits in here pretty nicely. And I'm going to throw it at Tall Squall, but really any of you all can answer it how you see fit. And that's basically, which character came into this campaign with sort of the juiciest or biggest backstory, would you say?
I know my answer.
You can go first.
It was Luck. Luck, for sure. And part of that is because I had just come off my campaign with Alicia playing a blood hunter, and Good Guy had come up with an amazing concept of that in this village that he was from, that after 10 years, you got kicked out. After you took the rights and became a blood hunter, you were the guardian of the village, and then you got kicked out. And so I immediately, probably the first story the first sort of destiny arc that I knew beginning to end was Lux. I mean, and I tell you that I had solid in my mind pretty much from the very beginning. And then Good Guy Pie, just phenomenal. I did so just tell me a little bit more about your village, because you had this great naming scheme, which is so telling sociologically of when you have a a village that, you know, it's luck, trust, faith, time, everyone's name,
Chance. Yeah. All
yeah, chance, all of that. And so I got a list back from Good Guy of 20 villagers. Omen, still one of my favorite NPCs ever, this albino sort of witch of the woods from there, and her name is Omen because she sees the future. And it still gives me chills. So no, Elevation Pit, I think, was probably the one for me that I was locked and loaded sort of early on.
Anyone else feel like they had sort of a backpack full of backstory?
I just want to drop in real quick and say I think I had the least.
Okay, well that's
because-
interesting because it's my job to challenge you all. It's my job to keep you honest. And it just so happens that in preparing for this and by watching you guys for 3 years, I may have actually gone into the Vice Wikipedia. I may have scrolled the Discord. I may have
was
gone
the
onto
thing.
YouTube. This is all allegedly. I'm
Scandal.
just saying, if we were going to look at Luck's Wikipedia page, it's pretty hefty. Iska, which has chapters. I don't know if you can see how many pages this is.
Okay,
Iska.
listen.
Yeah,
That came
honestly, if we're gonna say whose character had the least,
After.
it was Celia.
Oh,
Because
So anyway-
Celia was whenever I first built her, she was such a generic rogue.
Oh, we're going to get to Celia.
So, Jeanette, I'm going to disagree with you, and I'm going to say it's Luna. And I say that because I hate writing things down, so I know mine was short.
Yeah, Luna, as far as what was provided by the player, was probably the shortest, but because of being a Genasi, certainly added a lot of weight to that. But no, I pretty much had to invent Luna's. Other than,
Yeah, I
it was
hate writing
it was
things.
pulling teeth just to get did you know anyone at that monk school?
I gave you 2 students. Whole 2.
But also, Templar Warden had a very rich history with his character, with Axel.
Absolutely.
Axel. And we just got through saying that Iskrin had already been played before he came into the actual campaign, right?
Yeah.
Seems pretty developed to this Dawn player.
Yeah, no,
I'm just saying.
the big thing I did, and I would suggest this again, so let's actually put some DM tips in here. I did ask...
I wish I had a graphic for that. DM
Right.
tip.
DM tips. I did ask every player to provide me with 5 bucket list items for their character and for themselves. Now, I said you don't have to have 5, but...
How much did that influence your creation of the
Oh,
story?
a ton.
Awesome.
Well, Iska, literally, pretty much a lot of hers, the hounds and all that. The fact, that I got to use it against Iska so just horribly with those hounds. It's yeah, Iska loved these dogs that were at the caravan that she was in.
I made 3 cute dogs.
The fact
was
that
my
you
NPC.
just with glee said the fact that I got to use this against her makes you the DMiest DM I've ever seen DM. I'm just saying.
Hashtag ProDM.
And and so even with, I still feel guilty. The one thing that I didn't do for NNG9, which was their number one was to have an underwater battle, and the one underwater battle we had, she wasn't there.
I wasn't there. So, to be fair, that kind of wasn't your fault. Everybody else's fault for not taking my water character. But not-
But no, everyone was great. And so I would suggest that because it really can, Dragons or Cats wanted to have a sentient weapon. That was one of his bucket list items. Templar Warden wanted to create a spell that his character would know, and to have a family was one of the ones in there. And so it definitely influenced a lot gave me a good idea on day one what kind of story my players wanted to tell and how to make sure that I could deliver something satisfying. Little did we know at the time, but that would still be satisfying 3.5 years later.
Yeah. And I'll tell you.
Can I just say something about that?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We have all this lists of goals, and it's like, oh, these things, and it's like, oh, I want this, I want this, I want this. Can I just say, the way that he took those goals, incorporated it into everything, was really cool. Because, like, oh, your character wants a family. And while he built the Wandering Tribe and the Bronze Mirage in the background as something I wanted as well, he provided this entirely different route with Riley and Grom. So, just like, Tour School did really great with integrating these goals into everything.
Absolutely.
100% agree on that.
Absolutely. And
Especially-
and as an audience member, you would never really know that it was sort of taken from these different areas because it was always presented so seamlessly.
Yeah,
and
I
that's
had to
why
go back
I
to see.
love I didn't hear you, I'm so sorry.
I had to go back to my list of goals to see, like, oh, he's done this and this and this.
Yeah,
and
it was crazy.
that's
going
how
back.
good.
Great.
That's how very smooth it was. And
But isn't that
yeah.
fantastic? That's
is.
what really makes this campaign so special. And many campaigns are special because of this. But to pull back the curtain for us to see where a lot of these story nuggets actually came from, but then to see how they are woven in, it's just kudos to the group of you. All right, I'm done loving you. Stop it. Okay.
Also, quick note for you people who hate writing things down: this is a good way to get something out of that.
Absolutely. Also, never say, I want tragedy, because they'll run with it. They'll run with it.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Luck's big thing was, I want this to be a really tragic character and have, this really hard journey ahead of him. I'm like,
I think that's
can do
what he
that.
got. Yes.
Dragon's Catch, you were going to say something.
Oh yeah, how you integrated Lyle and even Ryan Talia into the campaign. Oh, like that was flawless. It was because it already just felt like such a developed character. Like Lyle was just right there, and he just came straight into it straight away. And I didn't know how to react at that time. 'Cause I was not expecting
Well,
Lyle.
you did it well.
but-
We're gonna have a little section on Lyle actually
Oh,
because there's a
no.
little backstory to that.
Yep, there is.
Okay, I'm gonna do our little segue now, and I think we're gonna start focusing on the actual characters. And the first character I've got on my list to talk about is Miss Luna.
Get the showboat out of the way early. Good plan. Good
There you
plan.
go.
I approve.
It's like you're reading my script. Exactly. So, you and NG9 are
Yes.
obviously the resident puntress, and Luna does not suffer from that. But in
No.
my introduction of Luna, I thought I'd give you just a little treat, so enjoy. I would say that Luna was a sea of knowledge. I would say that she had wave after wave of confidence. I would say that was also met with an undercurrent of love. Some may call her personality icy, but you never wanted her boiling rage.
Oh, you're my favorite person in the Zoom call right now.
You don't know
Sorry,
how happy
everybody
that
else.
made me.
You're my favorite.
Oh, just drowned in puns. Yes.
Oh, now we're going deep. Now we're going deep.
That was Bird. That wasn't me. I'm just reading the chat. I'm not that clever.
Oh.
Okay, with that, and
Who's they?
NG9,
Yes.
why the heck are we doing all these water puns? Who is Luna?
So Luna is a water genasi. Started out as a monk, and honestly, I thought she was just gonna stay a monk. She obviously with the genasi in Jay's world, they're basically just one step above tieflings. In other words, people don't really like them. And so she was going to be on the, she started very quiet, reserved, didn't really want to cause trouble. If you came to her, you'd get a punch in the face, but that was on your initiative. No, she was gonna, that's how she started. Just like, hey, I'm quiet and I'm gonna just defend the people I choose to. Oh, you're muted.
I was indeed muted. Look, pro streamer, woo!
Woo!
How did Luna enter into this party? How did she start this Vice journey?
So going all the way back in the Wayback Machine, she started. It was back, with the Pious Paladin.
Yep.
I believe was
Vault of the
was
Pious
called.
Paladin.
Yeah, like she literally bumped into Templar Warden's character Axel in the forest, and just kind of like,
Hey, you're a cat.
stop. Pretty much, you're like you're a cat. You're going this direction. I guess I'll go this direction too. And she helped open the vault that needed water blood to open. And being a water genasi, surprise, surprise, hers worked. But no, she was basically just kind of like along for I'm just like, all right, these are people who don't hate me on sight. Cool. I will defend them then and travel with them until they don't like me eventually. Because she was just like, okay, they like me for now. Something will come up. We'll see.
So
She definitely had. Oh, go ahead.
no, I was just going to expound a little bit just on Genasi for folks who aren't aware in my campaign. So the big thing with our Genasi in my world, as I was digging into the lore of different races and classes in D&D, Genasi are very unique because they have two different ways of origin. And one of them is through sort of a cataclysmic elemental event, which I felt this sort of short circuit of magic qualified as. And so what happened in my world is that about 50 years after this huge explosion of magic, every race across the continent started giving birth to, or had a chance to give birth to, a Genasi child. Having a world that is descended from a high magic world into a low magic world, many of them were thought to be demons. I mean, you have these elemental babies, arriving basically in all levels and stratifications and races, that this was all but like a demonic invasion. And so there was this immediate original. I mean, many of them didn't survive the birthing bed. But eventually we had one born to a very high level seafarer and was a water genasi and was seen as a good omen. And so, and then as they were born to more nobles and other higher families, less superstitious families, or families who needed an heir in some cases, they were not killed and were allowed to grow up. But there still was this huge amount of prejudice against them, as they were sort of these demonic offspring, that they were unnatural, that they were not real members, that, how could a dwarf give birth to someone of humanoid size? Or like Gandry was the product of two gnomes. To suddenly have this almost 6'6" foot tall fire genasi as their child. And so sort of at the heart of the genasi experience, and especially for younger genasi, was not only that sort of constant level of prejudice, but also often from intervention of their parents or from them hiding themselves. There was a big, we'll talk about the Temple of Purity later, there was a big movement when they all sort of were early, sort of tween ages, where they were culling them from the major cities, where literally you were having genasi children being brought to town squares and thrown on pyres to try to purify society, that they felt that they would never get magic back if they didn't remove this blight on society, this stain.
Basically, different equals bad.
Yeah, different equals bad. So not to dwell too deep on that, but again,
Oh yeah, the backstory.
the reason I want to bring that up, so important with DMs and players. Alicia and I, NG9 and I, discussed at length
Yes.
what it would mean to play a Genasi in my world, and if it was something that she wanted to take on and to help us to tell that story, because I felt it was a very important story to tell, and to have Alicia's voice help tell it, I thought was super, super important.
One of my favorite things whenever you and I would talk about a storyline that you were doing and whatnot, and to find out that, oh yes, this player actually spoke to me about where she wants her character to go, or what he wants his character to think about, or whatnot, and how that actually influenced the story, the overall story. I think that's fantastic. I love that stuff. Learned a couple things from what you just said. I love that you said the Genasi experience, because I feel like that's what it is. That is your lot in life when you get that. And I also learned it's incredibly hard to pun in chat while we're still talking up here. So it's very different.
You learn to
being a chat
multitask.
person.
If you learn to multitask, it's not easy. I make it look easy.
You do, and it's just not. It's a real skill. All the props.
But definitely lots of conversation with Jay about it. And it was, I mean, especially given our current climate, it was an opportunity for me to, like, because it's not the same as the real world. In D&D, or role-playing games in general, it's just like, yeah, we can slay the racism dragon. We can do that. Yay, happy times. Can't do that in real life. So it was a way to, in some instances, have certain experiences and have a different outcome. Because, sometimes stuff comes up and you don't get to pick one. So this was a safe space to explore that kind of thing in some instances.
And so important. So thank you for bringing that up. Absolutely. Yeah. With Luna, she had an actual visible character arc, right?
Yes, very much so.
I'm going to fast forward you a little bit.
Sure.
Talk to us about the resolution of Luna, where she got to.
So her resolution, which again, she ended up in a very different place than where I expected her to. Because honestly, like when I play characters, because I've played various role-playing games for years. We're not going to talk about how long, because that will tell my age. And I normally try and like always do like go on the extreme of the character I played before. So like the character I played with Jay in the campaign we played together was very much talk your way. And so Luna, I'm just like, no, she's going to be quiet. She's going to be support. That's us. And so her, coming to the conclusion where it's just like, okay, she's basically leader of the sect of the Church of St. Cuthbert. She's given birth to the city. She has this family and everything. Like, she's just in a very, very different place than I expected. I'm very happy that she got there. But yeah, it was very different place. No, it's like I feel like, it was nice that, she got to be happy. There's a little bit of bittersweetness there, which I think is appropriate for her. It's just like, okay, she got her family, but not biological. That was one of the goals, and actually, I didn't specify biological, so the goal was still fulfilled, actually. But yeah, so it's just so she ended up in a very good place, which was interesting because she honestly quite easily, like I talked to the cast before, but especially Jay, I'm just like, I positive just like I could have played Luna in a campaign full of evil characters basically the same. The tips would have been like different, but it's just like because she's not very self-interested, just like, yes, I will defend you, but it's to my benefit to do so. I don't do this out of the goodness of my heart. You are doing something for me in return. But no, so it was just a very interesting arc. Like where she ended up, not where I expected.
No, absolutely. And not even really addressing that she could play with a good group, bad group, an evil group, a pure group, however you want to say it, right? Mm-hmm. She is who she is. But she had this happy ending, if I can use that term. But it came at a cost, right? It was not. Yeah, that's why I said it was a little bittersweet in this story. No. Very bitter. There's a lot of bitter with that sweet. And you as a player, how is that to play out? How do you make that line between I'm a player, but this is my character? Do you understand the question?
Yes, I do. And it's, especially for me, like it's a little hard because like I've done improv acting for years, and there's always that balance of like, okay, I am a character, but I'm tapping into parts of myself to be this character, and where exactly do those lines cross? So there are times when it's just like, I just be in her headspace. It's like, okay, yeah, I just am like, this is what Luna would do and everything. So in certain times, I'm not being objective about it. Like sometimes I can step back as a player and be like, yes, this is what I want her to do. But other times it's just like, this is her snap decision moment, and it's just like, that's her and that's me. And there's that. It's kind of hard to see where that line is sometimes. So I was satisfied, and it's in terms of, I thought it as a player, from as objective as I can be, like, I thought that was correct for her. I think, awesome. Yeah. Like I'm very happy where she ended up. Like, I don't think it would have been true to her character arc if it would have just all been like, and everything sparkles and rainbows and everything works out perfectly. I don't think that would have been appropriate.
I have to tell you, just pulling my curtain back a little bit. Jay and I had a long discussion after the resolution of her story, and I had a lot to say. But I have to agree with what you just said, that it was right for that character, and I want to say you played it right. And if I can give you any props at all, it's that when I came on to watch The Vice, I always knew that Luna would be consistent and true to who that character is. So props to you on that one.
Thank you. That is one of the best compliments you could give me. Besides being Puntress.
With that, the queen of, yes. A couple quick questions for Luna.
Yes.
Favorite fight?
Ooh, favorite fight. I'd have to say favorite fight. Oh, I'm trying to actually pick a fight. Like the last couple, she mostly didn't hit people, so I'm trying to pick one where
we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
I'd say her favorite fight was probably like the one where I'd probably pick one where she was really emotionally charged, which was the Black Dragon Syndicate. That was a really good fight. Like, and that was over the course of a couple episodes. But yeah, so I'd have to pick that one.
I go with that completely. Favorite character moment, and let's do this from Luna's point of view.
Luna's point. Okay, favorite character moment. From Luna's point of view, it would probably be getting to. Oh, it's between either dancing with Dustin that first time, or getting to talk to Lunaria for the first time. It's between those two.
Nice. Not where I thought you were going, but nice. I like that. You like to choke Iskren / Vidar a lot.
She stopped doing that eventually.
Did she really?
She stopped choking Vidar. She did not stop choking Iskren.
It's true. I will say that.
It was harder to tell when he was like turning purple from like not being able to breathe because of
But I guess part of it was he's a moon up, so it's very hard to tell.
She stopped eventually. It's fine. She brought you back to life. All that's even.
Any wrap up that you want to give Luna that you didn't get to play, or just something you want to say?
I'm trying to think. No, I mean she's I think she, out of everybody, she probably ends up, kind of the happiest in a way, because she doesn't have to watch any of her friends go. She goes first, so surrounded with family and friends and everything. She kind of like rides off into that sunset pretty nicely.
Awesome.
Yeah, we had a discussion about that after the last episode offline, is that, the idea that it's the rest of the party who watches Luna's effects on the generations, because Luna is the only one who has sort of a normal human type lifespan. Everyone else, because of their circumstances, will live longer. So,
which I will say as a real quick note, I did originally, like, before we sold that longevity potion, she did actually intend to keep that and drink that. No, fix that. Like, she planned to, like, have an overarching, just like, no, I plan to be around a while.
Oh, wow.
That was a back pocket plan for her.
Wow, that's very cool.
It's a different thing,
Would have been very different, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's still a very sad concept.
Yeah, it is.
I was gonna say, you've got a whole pocket. You've got a whole giant thing of diamonds. That's still gonna happen. So, are you interested in hearing the possible alternate destiny for Alicia?
Absolutely.
For Luna.
This will be the
both. If you can see my future, that'd be great.
Yeah, sorry.
Rich, that'd be great.
Yeah. So the big one is, first thing I want to say, my favorite scene with Luna believe
Yeah,
it or
please,
not, was
please.
that the first time your reaction when St. Cuthbert answered. It's all the way back at Sojourn's
Oh
Crossing.
yeah, that was.
And I was
that
like, wow, this is important. I'm like, this is going to be a thing. It was one of those weird moments when a DM and you're just kind of like, wow, we've just touched on a real story arc. But it also wasn't long after that you basically radicalized Gandry. So, y'all's return originally to Sojourn's Crossing was going to be very different. That scene with Gandry in the backyard fighting, he was going to be fighting against, sort of like a combat dummy, but it was going to be basically dressed up as a tiefling, and you would all recognize that it was real tiefling horns that were on top of that. Sky had left him because of his radical nature. He had grown. There was a group known as the Elemental Uprising that he had become a part of. Renart, missing, actually held prisoner. He would have bragged about how he had raided the Unseen Shield safe houses, including the one that had been that they had sent off the people from Verdant Falls to, and the little girl that you all had saved. Gandry basically had becoming the de facto leader, but you would quickly be able to figure out that he sort of was having his strings pulled by a half elf who was sort of really building upon what Luna had put in there. If there was some sort of intervention, there would be this big sort of thing of him sort of being reformed, of like, oh, I get it now, I'm so sorry. But that when you all arrive at West, he would have betrayed the party and ambushed them with the rest of the Elemental Uprising. If we were still doing the rings, that's when your curse of the ring would activate, and it would blind you.
Boy.
That you would be blinded and have to fight him blind. But the thing is when you're blinded, you would realize that half-elf who was pulling all the strings was Deacon Marks in disguise.
Like I'm glad that didn't happen, but also kind of sad because that's kind of amazing.
Yep. And then
That
the whole
would
thing
be
was is that
such a thing.
the way to break the curse would have Gandry realize that he had been used by Deacon Marks. That Deacon Marks, who had been this through line in his life, who had got that Deacon Marks came back and got his revenge basically by building not only on revenge against Luna and against Gandry by radicalizing him, and that the only way to break the curse and get your sight back was to help Gandry to see that he had been used and see what happens when you give into hatred, and for Gandry to kill Deacon Marks.
So I was expecting something along the lines of, you found this neat pair of shoes.
I mean, after the hair ornament, I was done accessorizing.
Oh yeah.
Done. Never forgive you. Never. That was in the art, man. The art.
It was in the art. It was so good. It was so good. It was so good.
To show you how much I love this character, we started out with puns, and I wanted just to end by asking, are you sure we're done? Come on, sure. Come on. Rasking me back. Okay.
I see what you did there. I see
Move
Oh, nice.
what you did there.
Let's see how long we can keep this afloat.
Go astern with this. Go astern with all of this.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
We're coming to port on the sea jokes, okay?
Oh.
Yes. Yes.
If not, we're going to be
I
stuck
can't
in
even
this
say
grip
I've
for the
lost
rest of the
control
time.
because I gave it up. So.
This is Jump the Shark. Let's move on.
Oh.
I wish I could have turned into a shark, man. That would have been cool.
Let's change our focus. let's talk about NPCs for just a bit, because this campaign had a few, and I'm sure you all had your favorites. But why don't we start and go around and have everybody say if they have a favorite NPC in the campaign? NMG9, you want to start?
Sure. My favorite NPC, which, like, I can't actually remember the character's name, but you know that I think was he an Earth Genasi at the camp at Mims?
Oh yeah.
That's actually my favorite because that's how we got shadow puppets.
That is true. That is true.
Definitely took interesting
Ah,
turns.
shadow puppets. Oh,
Yeah.
wonderful.
Yeah.
I'll never forget shadow puppets. It was my favorite, so that's my favorite.
Yeah.
NPC.
No. Yeah. Okay. Give me a second. I'll get the list out. I can pull. I actually.
I'm
I
sort
should have
of
gone back and rewatched the episode, but I just always remember, like, yeah, no, that's my favorite.
I'm going out of order in how you're presented on screen, but let's go to Bird next. Bird, do you have a favorite?
Yeah, there's so many. I mean, I love
There are a lot,
Gandry.
yeah.
Like Gandry was great. It's a
Isaac.
very nice, very silly reason for this one. But I loved Sebastian Lockwood, the man who taught Iska how to fire a gun, mostly because, and Jay nailed it. It's like, oh, I'm in a scene with Sam Elliott, and I'm just gonna picture Sam Elliott right now. And I love Sam Elliott, so I was very, very happy.
But that scene was so much fun too. That was a good one. Good Guy Pie, you wanna join in?
Oh God, there's so many.
I know.
Personally, I like the Tangle Braid interactions, like
Oh, yeah.
that like every like having look at like in that moment, pretty much in some of the worst mindset he could have to be around in that area was such an amazing experience. I think that's something I regret is not being able to incorporate that near the end of my thing because. God, I should have, but I just couldn't. I don't know. I couldn't put it in the right mindset.
Hold that thought, Mr. Next character we're looking at.
Oh yeah. Anyway, but the other one, I hate him, but I love to hate him. Barty, hands down. He is hands down the one that I would always it'd be on my mind all the time before we took him down. It was like, oh,
Tell me why.
When do we? Because I hated him because there was so much to hate about him. It was that moment I knew that character. That it was that moment in the vein where Look was absolutely smashed, and Barty, it was the name on the lips.
Awesome. Templar, is yours the obvious one?
Riley?
Yeah. Doesn't have to be.
I think there's like a 3.
Okay.
I would say because of there was Riley for the obvious reasons. It's Riley, and the role he plays for Axel was particular. So the other 2 is the dwarf. I cannot remember, but we met up with him on the way to Sojourn's Crossing, and he told us the story of the world, and he gave us a very memorable line from Tour School, which was, I believe, convenience is the death of adventure.
Yep.
I believe is the line, and that still has stuck with me this whole time. So he's one of my favorite NPCs just for that. And then the second one is Grom. Again, very personal reasons for Axel, but yeah, Grom.
Do you want to tell chat who Grom is?
Grom is Axel's adoptive father, who found him as basically an orphan, but also ties into the history in that he was involved in the initial attempt to stop the Archmistress, and so he set up Axel in a way, sort of Obi-Wan Kenobi him into a position like that. Although, kind of sort of a background thing. That I thought, okay, this is why he's doing this, and this is why he's doing that. He's NPC a lot in my mind, I think, is one of the things. But also, in particularly the way Tour School played him, especially when we met up again. That was a big one.
That's awesome. Tree Hugging Druid?
See, I've thought about this. And like I don't have like a number one favorite.
That's fine.
I have 3.
Go for it. Go for it.
There's the obvious Tara because she was Celia's sister. Then there's the always fabulous, always absolutely wonderful Agatha. The Ale House Drake, who was just a delight. Loved her.
Darlings.
And 1,000 Teeth.
Oh, nice choice.
1,000 Teeth. Like he was just like a tabaxi that was affected by the vice, and all of his fur replaced with teeth. Like, not only was he like one of my favorite like characters to role play with, one because he was so adorable. Like his little crush on Celia was adorable.
He had it bad for you. He had it so bad.
And yeah, I loved role playing as Celia with 1,000 Teeth, because Celia basically like for the first half of the campaign, she had built this wall around her in a sort of way, and 1,000 Teeth she was like, oh my gosh, this little kid is just adorable, and it was like that wall was immediately just like broken down.
Dragon?
So, the obvious one is Lyle.
That's
Very
the correct
much.
answer, by the way. I'm kidding.
Absolutely, I can stay on the show for another 15 minutes.
It's about damn
Good.
time.
Yeah, when that came in, that's like, I was not expecting that. But I'm gonna make this a two-parter, one for
Okay.
Ishkrin and one for Vidar of the characters. So at Mim's caravan for Ishkrin was the Archdruid. And in saying that as well, the 2 sword merchants who he sold ridiculously expensive swords to for cheap.
Yep.
It was just like, I got the things. That was great. I really enjoyed that those 2, along with, I can't remember his name, the Archdruid, but
Gabriel.
Gabriel, that's the one. But playing and interacting with Gabriel was a very nice aspect to just do with Ishrin because he was so fresh. Now, for Vidar, it was actually Sithander. Because, like, I was going through a really rough spot then. I was still trying to figure out who Vidar was and his personality and how to work it all. And just those interactions with Sithander really, I think, began to establish, like, who I wanted Vidar to be. Because it was a very big soul-searching effort to figure out Vidar.
Just real quick, Jay, would you mind just telling what you told me at some point? Because my absolutely Balshirian, the Griffin, Florian's Griffin is up there.
Mhm.
And I know there were different plans for Balshirian, and I think you said it very succinctly after we met and got to interact with Balshirian.
Oh, that. Basically, I realized very quickly, and I'll have to put some money in the thing, is that it's like, oh shit. I'm not going to be able to kill that fucking Griffin now. Because that was the original
you totally
plan.
could have. That
I was
would
like,
be
I was
amazing.
like, my players and the chat will revolt. They will absolutely. I sat
job.
one night with many a beers with Nick of just like, there's no way I can kill that damn Griffin now. What the
By
hell
the
am I
way-
gonna do?
I
That
mean,
Griffin
you
needs to
kind
die.
of did though.
It's-
Whenever Iska twisted fates,
I did.
Me kill him!
So Iska
That's what
is
makes
the
it
one
better.
that
Yeah.
Yeah, we can blame Bird again.
Technically, you probably blame Axel.
We can blame
Now,
Alex.
if we're going to blame anyone, we are blaming the ghost.
Yeah. Hold on to that thought for when we get
Oh,
to
silly.
Axel's story.
Stand by, Axel. Jay, you want to pick an NPC? Do you have a favorite?
Golly. I've got to go Knob just because he just became he was just such a delight to play.
Knob was my favorite NPC.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
just as to watch, he was my favorite.
Well, and the fact that Knob was the totally unplanned NPC completely. It was the who was it was looking for food, and I was like, there's a noodle cart. Yeah. And it was like, oh, there's a noodle cart. Okay. And then it was, we go back looking for the noodle cart and you don't find the cart. And I was like, okay, well, you find this shop. And there was Knob in this little rundown shop. And then from there, he became that he was the curse guy. And then, the Noblin Mafia was born. And now,
totally legitimate business.
Totally legitimate business. I would for me, I think Knob was the Vice's Gilmore. I would think so, yeah.
So I have to let the cast know at this point that when Jay and I were speaking about putting this together offline, I had the most fabulous idea of all ideas ever. And that was we were going to play a little game and have Tall Squall do certain NPC voices that he did and have you figure out who they were. He was somewhat opposed to that, so I'm thinking, do you all have a favorite voice that Tall Squall did for one of his NPCs?
Knob.
Any of the drow.
For sure, Knob, right?
This is kind of a cheat, but my favorite Tall Squall voice is the like, oh yeah, and you see this character here, and they go, hello. No, that's not the right accent. Hello. No, that's sorry. Hello.
I think he sounded Russian all of a sudden.
We would have to like figure out and try to remember in PC's voice. It's just.
Well, you can sometimes see the compilation. He knows an NPC's coming and he's forgotten the voice, and you can see it like he's building himself enough time to remember the voice. It's like, and they're coming through the door. And they're walking towards you to figure out what they.
She seems to have done something different with her hair. Well, and that everyone ends up with a New York accent after any scene with Knob, because I can't break back out of it. It's like apparently everyone's a New Yorker now.
Did you?
No, I loved any time Tall Squall did an accent for the drow.
The pseudo French.
The pseudo French, yeah.
The thing is, love you so much, Jay.
I'm so sorry. That's a real reaction.
It was so like
it all comes out.
Things you learn.
How much? Ooh, that was going to come out as a wrong question. Did you keep notes about what type of accent for each? Because there were so many NPCs.
I mean, for most, I tried to do at least some little note, but often it would be I would forget about it. I mean, my biggest problem always was I would love to. I wish I could do a good Dwarven, standard, the normal Scottish Dwarven accent. I just can't do one because it always ends up being Russian. And so, I mean, I did end up with some very sort of basically Tieflings. I would use sort of my Russian accent, my very, whatever, my pseudo French accent for the Drow.
I'm so sorry.
It's true. I mean, I can't do it. I mean, I could just use sort of the French names and maybe I'll land on it. Certainly, the Noblins all sort of have their either New Yorker or, I mean, I've got like next to Cobb is Sylvester Stallone. I have that written down. So a lot of times I will try to do everyone's. With Lyle, it's one of that weird random accent that if I don't first say it's about damn time that I can't get to it.
Also for like the first like half, I totally thought that Lyle was a girl.
Same. I never wanted to bring it up, but
right?
I kid you not, it was about episode 100 where I finally was like, oh, I never said it.
Yeah, I was like, is Lyle a girl? I'm like,
I
at
don't
least
think we
do that.
ever actually really sexed Lyle. We might
We
have.
didn't. No, I always thought
I think-
Lyle was like kind of androgynous, but like
I
Von
think you did
Malik
it
and Ryan
roughly.
Talley were very clearly.
Well, because I think I did refer to him as brother and
yeah,
sister,
because
so that
Ryan
sort of
Riley, I
that
think,
locked them
said
in, I guess.
brother.
Yeah, you did that. That's
Yeah.
about it, I think.
That's yeah.
But that's
and
quite
that
a
was
way
about
on.
the time that I was like,
Yeah, that was a
Wait.
ways in.
Lyle's a man.
But I have to say,
Whatever.
Tall Squall, the picking that you get as a result
Cutting reminder.
of them, they were enjoyable. Every character was fully developed. Every character had a reason to be there, and what they added to the group and the story, masterfully done. Really well done.
I mean, I tried to make, I mean, one of the big things, and I write way too much. I do pre-write a lot of sort of dialogue, or at least sayings, things that I kind of, colloquialisms that the person might have, so that I have them sort of in my back pocket, if I don't do a whole sort of dialogue for them. But it's there's some that I don't have to write a thing for. I've never think I've written a word of dialogue for Knob. He's always just been, because he's literally, it's like what comes first to your brain and just say it. Is pretty much Knob. I actually did write it for Bob, with the whole, of course, with the Vice.
Oh yeah, the whole little
the
yeah.
slideshow.
You had a
But,
PowerPoint. We know.
Yeah.
We sat through it.
Yep. Tried to turn invisible. Iskrin tried to sneak out.
Why do you think
Alright.
he got choked so much?
Exactly.
He was unruly. He had to be. Yeah.
Good guy Pie, you ready for the hot seat?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So you played Luck Goodheart, yeah?
Goldheart.
And
Goldheart.
Goldheart. My bad. My my L looks like an O here. Sorry.
Yeah, he killed people. Definitely not Goodheart.
Not Goodheart.
Yeah, definitely not a good heart.
Only one.
Two.
Well, he brought the other one back.
Still death. The
That's
lawful
true.
good man says it
Pencils
counts.
have erasers for a reason.
Yeah,
okay?
exactly.
Meanwhile, Cilly and Vidar just killing everyone next to him.
Revival special there.
All right,
Sorry,
Luck
continue.
Goldheart. Luck Goldheart. Your character went through a lot over this campaign. Start and stops and crazies and olds and youngs and a lot. Bring me back. Where did Luck come from?
Well, it came from. Well, it was sort of. I wanted to play a Blood Hunter, but I genuinely just didn't want to play an edgy, angry Blood Hunter. I wanted to pretty much just play a good intentioned Blood Hunter was the original goal of all of this. That was where it stemmed from, and I kind of just ran with that idea. And when Tool School was making this a full campaign, I sat down, wrote the story, thought how about what wanted to do it. At that point, I had watched and was studying a bunch of William Shakespeare and all this, and like all these tragedies and stuff. So I was very high upon getting sort of a character like that down, and went to Jay and was like, "Hey, here's what I want. I really want to sort of put this character through the ringer." Is the best way to put it. And he did. He was like, "Are you sure?" And I believe on a total of 4 or 5 times you asked me on separate occasions if I was absolutely sure about it. And so I wanted to really see what sort of twists can be put onto this character, and it developed from that to wanting to genuinely just play a lawful good character, which I had never done properly. I'd never really considered how do you make a lawful good character that isn't imposing on the party, that doesn't actively restrict what party members can do. And you kind of have to build your own moral code for all that. And at that point, I I had not decided to just go like pretty much pacifist run with him, which was I think it was about episode 25 or so when it was starting to click together that I hadn't killed anyone at that point, so I was like, we'll just keep this going. And yeah, I did everything in my power to make sure I didn't kill people, that any actions I did were intended to preserve that good-natured hero, that the stereotypical hero of, you know, uphold justice and all that stuff. Just I times it by 10 and then, you know, added a bit of flavor behind him. Was really the intention of my character, and that's where it all kind of stemmed from.
He's from Elevation Pit.
Yep.
Tell me why he left.
So as Jay covered a little earlier, was I was sitting with the group about, all right, we were talking about making characters and stuff, and this was like right at the beginning, and one of them threw me ideas of traditions and what the village sort of traditions were, and I was writing them down, and it hit me with the whole blood hunter being a protector, and you know they're becoming a danger to the village. So 10 years after doing a trial, you'd be banished from the village because you're no longer able to protect them because you're a risk to everyone. And that was the whole thing. Was he was sort of banished not as like an act of punishment, but an act of, or made, as we find out later, it was definitely not made as an act of self-sacrifice, but for much more worse reasons.
How did he then find the group, or the group find him?
Well, that's the fun one. Was it's going down the road and Iska was there. So, and
how many times have I heard that one?
Yeah. I think Bird did an amazing scene right near the when we're getting nearer to the end of the campaign, where it was sort of really the start and end of it all was seeing Iska at the beginning when she was, you know, adventure, young, bright-eyed, hadn't been through all of this, and had the same mindset as Luck. You know, it was the idea of being that adventurer to save the world and be the person who can fix all the problems. And by the end of it, Iska had developed quite a lot, and Luck was kind of still there, but almost entrenched. Like the trials he had been had entrenched him in that mindset more than it had made him leave it.
Now, those of us of a certain age don't want to say that Luck was old. We'll just say he wasn't young.
Yeah.
when he left Elevation Pit, right? He left behind a family as well, correct?
Yes, he did.
What was his family?
At the time, at leaving, I had talked with Jay, and we had established he had a wife and 3 kids.
Right. Okay.
And he had one son who's pretty much like his flesh and blood, you know, being raised properly, was going to pretty much inherit everything he's done, you know, the next in the line, and like, you know, wanted to, you know, mini-me. The next one was sort of the study of the smart kid, and the one that didn't exist. Later we find out. And then the third one is his daughter, which was born during that 10-year time period, which was the one that was sort of... I threw that in there just to add a bit of, you know, interest to it.
Sure.
Kind of.
Now, Luck sort of went through it over this campaign.
Little.
I have to tell you, if there were episodes that I found less than comforting, it tended to circle around Luck. Bring me through. You don't have to get overly specific unless you want to, but bring me kind of through his arc. Where did we go with him?
Well, it hit me sort of only recently that it is kind of the stereotypical hero's journey, but there's some slight twists in it. Was you had the call to adventure and all that stuff, but the arc, it started out as this idea of there is something more inside of Luck. There's something darker. There's something twisted. And honest truth, I kind of left I kind of gave Jay complete control over that. I was like, here's something to work with, and he ran away with it. But it all started out as the idea of, young-eyed, bright adventurer, doesn't understand the world, even though he's sort of at this age. And then it developed into, there's not exactly good people out here, but they're not. They look like victims of circumstance, or they chose this life because they had no other option. And sort of he was justifying reasons why people would attack, or why people would be like this, or any of these reasons. Even Barty, he was not ready to kill. He was just ready to put down, stop whatever he was doing. And all of these actions, all of these things were to put him in a mindset of, I am going to stop these things before anyone can really get hurt, all of that stuff. And then he failed multiple times. Lots of people got hurt, people got injured, and he couldn't do anything about it. I think one of the big ones that made him really realize and kind of made him waver was Gandry. That scene was the first time I ever got to really hit with Luke's anger, because I think there was a few scenes where I got to really, because later down the line Luke gets really, really angry, and I think I played it. Sometimes I regret playing him as angry as I did, but then it's sort of hindsight.
I mean, it was so raw and true, though. Why I kept checking with you, because I knew just how bad it was going to be for a character as steadfast as Luck to intentionally tear down every foundation of his life, including his identity. Sorry, yeah. I kind of jumped. I jumped in a little bit early on this one.
No, that reminds me that then the tiefling thing happens, and that there is what was pushing me as a player to really delve into that mindset. And I gotta say, it get me into some dark thoughts. There was more than one time where I'm playing this character and I'm not feeling good about it. But at the end result is, that relief, that payoff, that after all of this has happened was way more than worth it. But so the tiefling thing happens, he's panicking, and then it seems to all relieve. It seems to all this pressure seems to lift off for him for a while, and then it builds back up. It starts to tick up, and that's what Jay did so well. Was when he said it was a long burn. It was a long burn. I felt that pressure building up and up, and by the time we had reached Barty and all that stuff, I was panicking. No offense to the rest of the story, but I was more scared about my own character and my village than I was about, Mr. Evil Clockwork Man. I then died and then got brought back in some of the most amazing series of roles. That was something else. Because at that point, that was a big heart drop, which is your character's dead, and there was nothing I could do about it. And it's like, okay, and that was pretty bad. But then that all got changed. I mean, that's an Iska thing. I think we need to go. That can take it on there. But after all that, then it was Elevation Pit. That's pretty much the big climax of his entire thing, which that one was hard to get through sometimes, because I used the NPCs in my own stories when I was just RPing. I always had an idea for the village. I always had this image in my head of what the village looked like, and needless to say, Jay took that image and absolutely twisted it and ruined it for me. Ruined this, pretty much this happy place I had built for myself. And it was quite awful, because it was very close to eldritch horror levels of sort of creatures that were coming out. And I think that was I think the big, like, one of the hardest fights for me to get through was the tailors, and the baker.
Oh yeah.
That was a very difficult fight for me to get through. Not because it was a hard fight, but just because I didn't know what to do as a character. Like, at this point he had lost all hope, lost all everything, and the party was pretty much dragging him through most of this. And then the whole fight with Omen and Toothy with the bear. That fight really gave me I think a lot of us the oh shit, because we couldn't hurt it. And so the whole it was pretty much running away, just trying to get to the bottom of all of this. And once we got the answers, once we got to that big fight with the archdemon and all of that, and sort of the reunition with the family and having to kill his own son. Well, he didn't. That kind of was not a fun one either. And yeah, and then the big old fight happened. All the truth is revealed, and it's once you finish that fight, once that part of the story was done, I was relieved. It was the most relieving thing to have that change in pace with the story. And from that point, it was no longer really a story of this pressure building up. It was a story of finding the right morals after experiencing all that.
Well,
and go ahead.
Let me jump on that real quick, and just in your own words, what would you say was Luck's resolution? What was the end of his arc? How would you put that?
I would say his arc really ended when he killed the deacon. I think that is where really, like, for the rest of the story, he was still, prevalent. There's still stuff that happened with him, but that was just add-on. That was just, that's just the extra side stuff that that an author may add on in like a next in other novels. But really, if his story ended with when he killed the deacon, because that was when he's able to resolve himself and take another man's life. Because at that point he had justified everything about these people, what they did. He was ready to give them a chance. But the moment he saw the deacon was not ready to give anyone a chance. This dude was evil, and Luck himself could not figure out any way how he could be like, oh yeah, he'll come around. We'll just sit him down, and there was no answer for Luck except from throw this mother trucker into a wall. And yeah, that was I'd say
that I'm still traumatized by Jay's choice of Luck's crazy music. I'm gonna put that out there.
Oh, trust me, nightmares about that. I hear that. I hear those notes. I hear those notes, and I'm done.
Yeah, that was a delightful time to live through, Jay. Thank you for that. All right, goodbye. Good guy pie. When you combine words, it's more efficient. I don't know if you realize that. Oh. Give me a favorite character moment. And if you don't have one, that's fine. Or I think just one, that's fine.
I think that there are a few, but I'll keep them as limited as I can.
Yep.
The first one is when we get to Sojourn's Crossing, and when the first time we're in that tea house. Like, that is we had just, Barty had just got away. We had just found out all of this stuff, and I think that was a great moment. The next moment, I have to sit down and say it is with all the kids when his first time he's learning to read is such a good moment, because
I love that you brought that up. Yes,
it was essentially just the right amount of recovery, and me playing with fire, because there was that combination of he's not exactly in the best mental state right now, and he's around kids. You know, this could be an Anakin Skywalker situation. So that was a tense but also very relieving moment when things worked out, and I really wish I did more with it in the sort of ending stuff, was him interacting with those kids and finding out where those kids got to, because that would have been interesting. Finding out I was dead, like I was just a clone. That was another moment that hit me.
Yeah, that was a biggie for sure.
And I'll hand it to Luna here. That argument where we absolutely disagreed on everything, but there's a whole. I think there's a whole entire arc with that in its own right, with Luna and Luck.
Yeah,
The Luna and Luck relationship is one of my I love it, but I mean, as a DM, I'm like, how do I fix this? How do I fix this? But
we
that was perfect. That
yeah, me and Good Guy, we're just like, yeah, we're good. We'll get there, and you're just kind of like, do I need to have a save for separate for you? Like, no, Jay, it's fine.
No.
You got this.
I think, yeah, I loved the, you know, being on neutral principles with each other, sort of that, yeah, we both exist, to the, I'm worried about what you're doing with these people here, to, all right, I'm completely disagreeing with your methods here, with that, and the best part was Luna just, you know, it was like, yeah, she bit back, and really, she challenged Luke's ideas, and Luke challenged her ideas, and there was definitely moments where I think Luke stepped in to do something and it worked out, but then Luna also had her moments where it's like, no, you're wrong. And that was, I think those were some of my favorite moments, were just when Luna would challenge Luke, because no one really, you don't challenge the lawful good guy, do you? You don't challenge the, you know,
what are you going to do? Kill me?
Kill me? Yeah.
But I have to tell, actually, both of you, those were some of the most compelling scenes to watch, because it was so uncomfortable, but yet so necessary and true, if I can put it that way.
Yeah.
I agree with you 1,000% on that. Absolutely.
And my favorite moment, the final favorite moment, I said I was trying to keep them short, has got to definitely be when Luna and Luke agreed that we had to work with Asmodeus. such a good moment of.
It's just kind of like, me and him are agreeing. This should tell you something.
Okay, one last Luck question, and this I'm gonna force you to pick one. Okay.
All right. Just one.
Favorite fight.
All right. My favorite fight out of all of them, I think it would. I think it might have to. I think I'll give it to the Deacon again in this situation, because it was such a powerful scene.
That's where I would go. Absolutely.
No,
there was so many moments in that fight for everyone that sort of just like everyone had sort of a bit of a character defining moment. But that first time where I was like, I am killing this man fully intentionally, not giving him a second chance. He's going to die. That build up, the whole angel wings, and then the aftermath of it, because you know, you saved us. We were all brainwashed, and I'll save you. He didn't want any of that, and I think that was my favorite part, was just being like, think for yourself and walking off.
Well, I have to say, I found Luck to be a very compelling character. It went very dark. It went very dark very often, but
Absolutely.
But the way you played it was masterful, just well done, because it was really sort of a I don't want to say foothold of the story, but it gave it that, you know what I mean? So as a chat watcher, it was fantastic, although often not cheerful.
No, but that's why Vidal existed.
Yeah, well, that's true. Now, Jay just ran off, and we were about to switch gears into talking about guest players, so I'm gonna wait for him to come back to do that. You want to do a cast question, or do we need to take a break? Or are we doing all right?
Maybe.
Let's do a cast question.
Yeah,
Let's do a cast question.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's do a cast question.
All right. All of you. Best death.
Iska.
Iska. Absolutely.
I wasn't there for it.
I know, that's what made it great. I got to tell you.
Okay, just real quick. Just real quick. I tell everyone, hey guys, I have tickets to an event. I'm sorry. I gotta leave a little early. I'm at a beer festival with almost no signal. I'm tanked. And I pull up the stream, no headphones, just doing this to like hear how it's going. And I just turn to my friends when they see my face drop and I go like, they're like, was everything okay? It's like, I just killed my character.
Oh, it makes it so much better.
Can anyone top that?
I mean, it's good.
Also, my favorite role of the campaign, FYI.
Ooh, mine I want to say real quick. Mine is the stupid, amazing joke of Axel dying and 3.5 years later, a donation dropping. His cats have 9 lives and coming back. Right? It was like
That's true. That's a good one.
That is my favorite. Obviously.
Did Sylvia have one?
I mean, Celia died twice in one episode, so.
Oops.
True.
True.
But you know,
If you're
mistakes
keeping
happen.
score,
I think the most unexpected and hardest hitting one was
Here's the
Dar.
thing.
Oh,
Jay messaged the group after that, and he was like, I did not know that Tree was gonna go so hard on you guys.
It's true.
Yeah.
yeah. That like fighting a rogue like that is so incredibly painful as a frontline fighter.
I cut off Iska's, like, violin playing hand. She couldn't cast her spells. She was like,
That was great.
what do I do?
Wait, Ezra, is Luna the only character who never died?
Correct.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because
come on
Yeah.
over and play
She's
with
the
Jay.
normal one, weirdly. Weirdly,
Yeah,
she's
that-
the normal one.
That's that makes entirely sense.
crushed by dragon, disintegrated, killed by assassins,
The acid cloud.
acid cloud, and
I do need to ask Jay, because you tried so hard on so many occasions and it just slipped away from you, but how satisfying was it when you hit exactly 90 and dusted Vidar?
I was gonna say there was a little bit of both because I'm like, oh shit, this is a disintegration spell, and then but also it was the. I mean, there was an inner cheer that went up of finally the number of times that I mean, all out on Vidar. I mean. I think the streak began at Elevation Pit, when Omen didn't corrupt you. That was the big one. Is it because corrupted Vidar was nasty? Your Vidar's corrupted form was just awful, and so I think it started there, and then it was just again and again and again and again. Where just So when I finally dusted you, it did feel good, but I was like, wait, now. It's like now I got to figure out how to make this satisfying for my poor player.
If there was like a Vice stats, the amount of times Gandry's Armored Heart to make anyone survive anything for one round is like 99.99999% Kyle characters.
Oh, absolutely, 100. Yeah.
So Jay, you took a real quick break, and we were about to do a transition that I actually needed you in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm kidding. No, it's no problem because we just shifted to a whole cast question on favorite death, and that's what you walked back into. But where we want to go now, just sort of keep us on some sort of timetable. I want to talk about the guest players you had, and to sort of introduce that, I want to talk about probably the guest player that was on the longest, and and that was Tunarth, and he played a character named Kel.
Mhm.
Now, Tunarth started as a regular cast member, and as often happens in role-playing situations where you have a group of people who come together and want to play together, life happens, and sometimes a player can't continue. And so, what I want to ask you about is the character Kel. From what I understand, had a very significant role in your initial story,
Mhm.
but then life happened. And what did that do to you as a dungeon master who had to then pivot?
Yeah. Kel. The big piece with Kel, really a very interesting arc because at the heart of this story always was repairing the Vice, which we now know was repaired by planting the indigo seed to create this giant sort of world tree type city. And Kel, being a druid, of course, was sort of intimately tied to that. He was the original anchor, which was a big part of the prophecy of how the Netherwings were anchored to this plane. Even they were only sort of somewhat here; they were a little bit interdimensional. And also, the big one was he was the soul burdened. So the original idea is that the choice that ended up being Luna's would have originally been Kel's. That he was the one. He, if you all recall, had a flute that was made from a Moral Thaw tree, which was the big ceremony he went through and how he got his tattoos, which was made from his first love's Moral Thaw tree that died when his first love, a male elf named Kess, died. He carved the Moral Thaw sort of seedling into a flute, and that flute held Kess's soul. Along the Cursed Ring arc, Kel also gets in possession of his brother, Soul, who would become a Revenant. And there was this big, one of the big sort of central themes of my story, my whole world, is blood or love. That there are the two ways you connect souls is through blood or through love. And it's one of the big things. It was the Archmistress's big foil, was that she didn't understand that. She was a creature of logic and order, and so when she performed the rituals which involved soul magic, she didn't understand that the outcome was not given, and that did not understand that magic could fall and trace its way through blood or love. And so that sort of became this big overarching theme. And what I think was very interesting is the way that some of those pieces of the story got redistributed back out through the party. And certainly, I can't imagine now not having that choice be made by Luna and the pieces that she had. The some of the anchor pieces and some of the dragon pieces that fell to Riley would have been with Kel. So Riley sort of somewhat became a stand-in for a lot of that, especially because of being that connection of life and death, being very similar to being connected to nature. And so Riley, even in his form, became somewhat a stand-in for a lot of Kel's story pieces, and other pieces of it were distributed around as well.
So that sort of brings up a related question, and that is, as a storyteller, as a dungeon master in a campaign, how wedded are you to your story, or how panicked was Tall Squall when he had to pivot, I guess is my question.
One of the big things, and I talk about this a lot, is how you plant a lot of sort of seeds throughout your story, and luckily, it was not a very hard. I was like, okay, I need someone who has, immediately my mind went to Luna, even though I don't think she remembered about Luna's holy symbol having the soul of the acid genasi.
Oh, yeah.
So that was already in place. So suddenly I already had someone who already had a necklace that had a soul in it. And I'm like, and then when I started building off of that, with even the idea of, well, where did the anchor go? I've told this whole story about how the anchor fell through the generations, which we explored through one of our in-person games up at Gen Con, of how's the next place going. I was like, blood or love. Well, the reality, Kel doesn't have, a child. There's no blood there. And so, but he does have a brother. So then, there was the piece of Tolarian. And I'm like, well, wait a second. Tolarian, we've already established this story, became like a brother to Dustin, who does have a child, which is Lily. And so to follow even my own rules I established, I was able to actually make for myself a satisfying arc of how the anchor would fall through the generations down to become, Lily. And so that was, and I think that's the biggest piece. When you're building a sandbox world, sow a whole lot of seeds, because you're gonna have a lot of them that you're never gonna use, but it is amazing what, when you need them, you can pull on at the last minute to make.
That's probably the best advice we're gonna get to this entire episode.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I mean, well, it was even the rings coming back. I can tell you, the Archmistress, once you all, because I wasn't sure if they were going to foil the Archmistress, if they'd interrupt the ceremony for her to embody, this void part of Tiamat. When Luck made the choice, instead of, becoming his angel form himself and instead using that stone to allow Asmodeus come in, I was left with is the Archmistress completely depowered? Is this basically going to be a social interaction at this point? So I talked to my players. Everyone was like, we want to do this. And luckily, here I was, I had the rings, which we had left. And even a good story, which was sort of this open-ended question of, well, how did that ring get away to come after Lily? Well, now we know the Archmistress was stealing the rings, and one got away. But the other three, she was able to utilize as a new sort of center to her ritual of using a clockwork heart to try to trap the power of Tiamat within herself. And so it's amazing if you just plant lots of seeds, try to remember where you put them, so that you can pull them back in for later.
Well, and I'm giving a lot of kudos, but you guys deserve a lot of kudos. But this is another kudo moment, because, I was watching during that whole time, and there was a character that was suddenly no longer part of the group, and yet the story incorporated it and moved on, and that was the perfect way for an audience member. That was perfect, because it was seamless. And so good job to you and the cast. We had, if I believe, 2 more guests over the course of the Vice. And I'm going to read them because I'm going to mess them up, and I apologize. But we had, is it LS1 DeLorean?
LS1 DeLorean, yep.
And he played
Ambrose.
Yeah. Talk to me about that.
So Nick, LS1 DeLorean, was, the next to Bird, usually just hearing me just moan and not necessarily plot because I didn't want to give too many spoilers away. Nick basically was my sounding board for what the hell am I supposed to do now when things, whatever, or how do I make this work, or etc. And so I had always wanted to, just because he's my friend, to get him in to play some. But also, I needed a voice, and we'll talk a lot more about this when we get to Dragons or Cats. I needed a voice for a character who had lots of knowledge, who I could bounce off. So I wasn't going to be talking to myself for literally entire episodes because of the amount of dialogue that would needed to happen and the amount of information that needed to pass. So that's where I leaned in to Nick, because he knew a lot of the lore, knew a lot of the story, to help me be someone to have a conversation with, so I wasn't having a conversation with myself. And also when a DM talks as an NPC, there's this immediate thing of that what that person is saying is truth. Whereas if it's another person who is a character, there is that's this character's perception of the truth. And it's a very important thing sometimes, because you don't want to necessarily the DM sort of be this God voice of, and this is the way it was. That, this is this person's impression of the way the world works or the way things that happen.
Tell us about who his character was.
Again, he was another Clockwork Artisan, so turns out he was the mentor to Bati before we got into all the timey-wimey stuff. And so it was this insight into both Qualvarine, this city that sort of was becoming this strange city off to the east, that these incredible and amazing inventions and things were coming from, but it was to really help flesh out the Bati backstory and to make Bati even more that sort of that character that a good guy pie will could get shivers from, so you really get that, okay, wait, this person made a choice not to use the traditional storms or elements or the arcane, but he decided he was going to use souls, and started off with animal souls, and then start off with insect souls, and then small mammal souls, and eventually started using the souls of people and dragons and sentient beings to power his machines instead of using like electricity. And so it was it was a way to really sort of turn up the go up to 11 on just what they were facing when they were facing Bati, and how smart a villain that he was going to be when they faced him.
And side note, he did a great job at that.
Yeah.
He was really great.
I will say neither one of us were expecting that at introduction, Iska would pull her gun on him. I remember Nick afterwards like, what the hell was that? And I'm like,
And you also asked. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. And
No, I was just saying, that was just like, we don't know you. Who are you?
yeah.
I like
That's how you
Nick.
guys played it,
I don't
though.
know that guy from Adam. I would have murked that fool had he not said the right words next.
And then you asked not so speed runs.
Yep.
To participate.
So yeah, that was just, again, we knew we were going to have a big giant melee, and so that I wasn't playing all the other characters in the melee, to have someone else be a part of that as well. And also because we had another live session, and it was a part of the canon, was we needed someone who would transport this sort of last vision up to the party to give to Axel, so that he truly, at this point, we're at 3 years in of to answer what the hell is going on? And what are we supposed to do? Because it's a big world. It had some deep lore, and you've got to sort of throw your players a bone every once in a while to remind them, they're not reading your notes every day, and they've been here for 3.5 years. And people like B. Artenberry, they might not remember when it comes the time they're supposed to remember B. Artenberry. I will never live down B. Artenberry. I know that.
Let me ask the cast real quick. What's it like to have suddenly a player in there with you? Someone playing a new character that you weren't expecting or whatnot? How?
It's one.
Yeah, fam.
What was that?
The ultimate.
Yeah,
guest.
fam.
Sometimes you get just someone who's very annoying and obnoxious with an accent
then they
you
stick
can't
around.
stand, and they never go. No.
You can just say my name.
I would say we were very lucky with Kyle. I did not expect to capture lightning in a bottle with Kyle. I remember being very upset, as you can see on the VODs, that when I knew it was Kyle's last session, I was deeply saddened by that and needed the break to get up and walk around and kind of catch my breath again, because I was like, here's a player I really enjoyed playing with and I thought gelled with all of us very well. And I told Squall this after it happened, that when we crested the hill after we said our goodbyes to Ishgrin and saw this grand scene, it was in my mind, the words were coming to the tip of my tongue, that my last words to Kyle or about Kyle would have been, man, Ishgrin would have loved this. And then the jackass pops back in and is like, I'm a permanent player now. And so it all worked out.
Yeah, literally for 2 weeks, we all were in our Vice chat. Like, Kyle needs to stay. Kyle's staying, right? Kyle, he's going to be a permanent member? Yeah, right?
What chat may not know that was going on behind the scenes is when Dragazar Cats joined the cast, he joined the cast as a guest, right? Mm-hmm. And his character Iskrin did his little thing, and Jay failed to let the cast know on purpose that he was planning on having Iskrin become a permanent party member.
In my defense, I did not plan on it. Truly, from the beginning, he really was going to be a guest player.
Although when you decided, you didn't let everybody know.
Once we decided, we knew for months. We knew for about 6 weeks that he was going to be a permanent player, and didn't let them know.
Not even 6 weeks.
Yeah, and part of that is because
half of us were on the stream crying, he's not here anymore. He was really fun to play with, and then he just
those tears.
Oh, come on, you didn't even get to experience. You were so hungover that morning.
No, I wasn't.
Or were you sick? I forget.
I was sick that very last session. I was struggling to be alive. I don't know. I had no idea what was going on. It was like a throat and bowel thing. But yeah, once I got off camera, I threw up. I was in very poor shape. And then it was like, I might not be able to make it to that very last space. But then I napped through the rest of the episode and set an alarm until I woke up and came back for that little bit. I was like, yay, cool, awesome, I'm dying, I'm incredibly sick, I need to go to the bathroom, excuse me. I don't know, I wasn't hungover, it was just I just caught some kind of bug, it wasn't great. So it was a real struggle to get through that session in all honesty.
I know that, I hate to cut you off, Dragon, I'm so sorry about that. But I know that some of the players are going to have to go probably before we're able to wrap up. So I'm gonna press a little bit further. But I apologize for
no, all good.
You talk a lot.
Your job.
Celia, are you ready?
I am ready.
Now, the only word that comes to mind when I think of Celia is badassery. It's a word.
Yeah, that's the word that comes to a lot of people's minds, yeah.
So much so, I may have written a little poem for her.
Oh, God.
Celia, rogue assassin Celia. You'll never see her coming. She's still gonna kill ya.
Beautiful.
There you go.
Oh, I know. It's a poem. We got to snap.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
All right. Who is Celia?
So, Celia is a rogue. I started off, she was kind of this generic rogue. She left home and she joined an assassin's guild. Something happened and she suddenly thought to herself, this is a bunch of bullcrap. I don't want to do this anymore. And she thought up a plan and she faked her death and she ran away. Jay, being the absolute wonderful DM that he is, took that and he flew. He didn't just run, he flew. because we went into a Zoom chat together, and he said, so here's what's gonna happen. This is where you're from. This is the order that you were a part of. This is, by the way, you have it. Celia has a sister. Yeah, she has a sister now. Cool. What do you want to name her? Her name, she's gonna be an Urchinal Street so that you can have a connection to Luna. It'll be fine. And he like started throwing all this stuff at me. I'm like trying to type it out as he's like throwing all of this stuff at me. And we somehow built this like rogue that like she was very much a runs on her emotions type of rogue. She wasn't an emotionless, brooding type of person. She was very much, this is my family. Like, even though her and Luck like were at each other's necks most of the time, it was like they felt like a brother and sister. Like, in the end, like, they cared about each other, and they knew that they cared about each other, even though they acted like they were siblings. They acted like siblings. Like, my brother and I, we fought like that whenever we were younger. Like, we fought like Luck and Celia fought like siblings.
Tell me about what is the Obsidian Order?
So the Obsidian Order was actually, not anymore, was an assassin's order that she was a part of. They were very much they were mercenaries. In the end, they were mercenaries. They were hired to kill. It's an assassin's guild. They were hired to kill, and they were very secretive. Whenever you first join the Obsidian Order, you go through a ritual. The ritual kind of implants you with what was known as the ghost. And if you left, like Celia did, and the ghost kind of follows you around. Which was an arc the entire time where I was trying to figure out who the heck is the ghost. When it ended up being Celia.
Well, that exactly. So tell me about the arc. What was the resolution for Celia?
So Celia got a wonderful natural one perception, and in that natural one perception, while she was hidden alone because she's a rogue, her throat was cut by an arm that just decided to leave her body. And the ghost, who was the original leader of the Obsidian Order, she started it. She was level 20 assassin, instant death strike on Celia. It was interesting. And she took control of Celia's body. Jay asked me beforehand, he said, "Do you want to be the ghost?" I was like, it's not every day that I get to beat on my own party members. Yeah, let's do this. I'll be the ghost. So he tells me all of this information that the ghost can do. He's like, you have the Obsidian mark. You can mark somebody, get advantage, and they cannot heal. I was like, that's great. And he says, oh, also, your Obsidian dagger is a Vorpal blade. But you can't cut off people's heads. You can just cut off their appendages. Your hands, fingers, feet, whatever. You just can't cut off their head.
Did you have a favorite kill?
Oh, honestly, it was cutting off Iska's hand was just so
Poetic.
It wasn't great for me personally.
Evil.
It was an amazing attack, so you gotta hand it to her.
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it was like, as I said before, Jay messaged the group and he was like, I didn't know that Tree was gonna go so hard on you guys. I was genuinely like in the mindset of, what would the ghost do? Like
Great.
like she was an enemy. Like in the end, she's like one of the big bads. She would obviously do everything in her power. Like Jay and I had a conversation beforehand. He was like, Celia is technically possessed. She is possessed by a ghost, but we could either have it where Celia is like still in there and she's trying to like fight everything that the ghost is doing, or she could just be dead. I was like, honestly, I think like Celia's trying to like keep control of her body and trying to fight everything that the ghost is doing. I think that'd be a good arc. So Vidar happened and Celia just instantly knocked him down. Vidar happened, Celia instantly like knocked him down, and I was like, not gonna kill him. He has no finger now, that's fine.
He has others.
He has multiple, it's fine. He has no fingers, and at that point Celia like tries to fight the ghost from like actually fully killing Vidar. Like, that's fine. And then I went and found Iska, and it was Iska and Axel, and started fighting them, and she cut Iska's hand off. Iska couldn't heal people because she couldn't play her violin. I found that very satisfying. If Bird didn't, that's okay.
Was she fun to play?
Oh, so much.
Yeah.
It was one of those things where, like, you know, you just enjoy.
Yeah.
It's like your evil side gets to come out just slightly, and you just enjoy it.
Well, transitioning over to the handless one in this whole situation, Iska Toll is part of this, right?
Yes.
Bird, who's Iska?
Well, Iska was a young dummy, and is still mostly a dummy, but perhaps a more jaded, bitter, knowledgeable, self-confident dummy than she was at the beginning of this thing. So why I mentioned earlier that I thought I might have been the one with the least amount of backstory coming into this thing was it wasn't until Jay really pushed me to give him something legit. When I talked to Jay about like playing in this game, I wasn't sure if I was ready to commit to 8 weeks of a game.
I remember that conversation.
So, Iska, her entire first scene was Iska's this kind of ditzy young woman who like loves like art and creativity and literally chases her passions, gets distracted constantly. As something as simple as a beautiful leaf blowing in the wind, she might not realize she's chasing after it for hours at a time before she gets lost. And that was supposed to be Bird is as wishy-washy as his character and might just not want to play this week. And here we are, 3.5 years later, and Iska has a little bit more backstory, I guess.
Well, she only had a Devil Goes Down to Georgia duel and becomes a spinner of fate. So, you know, maybe I won't show up next week.
Yeah, whatever.
NBD.
NBD. No, it was, I don't know, Iska was a journey, man. I think we all put some part of ourselves into our characters, and Iska was this, like, I'll say that, like, Device came around at a time when, like, Bird, was not in a great mental or emotional state, and, like, Iska was this kind of, like, fun-loving, confident do-gooder that, like, I kind of wanted to be in real life, but didn't have necessarily the, like, capacity to really lean into. And so being this weird kind of not eternally happy, but eternally looking on the bright side of things, or trying to fix problems, or bring people together, or mend relationships, or be the one that as soon as someone in the group was like, I'm not cool with this, or I'm going through a rough time, it always felt like Iska could approach people, talk to people, try to at least find common ground with people.
So on that, question for the entire cast, because NNG9 brings something up similar to that when we were talking to her, when she said that this can be a safe zone where you can talk about real world issues, but actually have a resolution to them, actually have an effect on them. And you're talking about real world personal issues that you can maybe express or explore or take a step away from. Question to the entire cast: do you find that in playing other characters that you are able to handle or address or work through what you as a player are actually experiencing? How's that for an easy softball question?
Do y'all mind if I go first? Because if I don't, I'm not going to be able to get it out.
Yeah, go for it.
So, one of the things that happened, and like you can see me crying, like, Jay, please don't do this to me. Why are you doing this? Like in the VOD, I say this. And it was when we were rescuing Gandry. And long ago, young Tree, she tried to commit suicide. And then Gandry says, just give me the knife. I just want to kill myself. Like, at that moment, it was just like, Tree couldn't function. Tree was gone. Tree couldn't function anymore. And then Alicia steps in and she says, just like, the perfect thing at the perfect time. And it was like, it centered me, and it was, it was like, it's awesome. Like, honestly, like, D&D has a lot of topics. Like, it has a lot of real life topics that people go through. Like, one of the other things that I've dealt with a little bit more recently was infertility issues, and with the Genasi, and like, it's a lot.
And real quick, I hope everyone is as lucky enough to find a group like this, one where they feel comfortable exploring those topics. But even after that Gandry episode, I think we all hung out for another hour and a half
At least.
off
Yeah.
stream,
Yeah, something
just
like
to
that.
talk to each other and kind of talk about our feelings about it and our own personal experiences. And it was like, that was still early in the stream, but man, that truly felt like, damn, I can really explore spaces, feel good, and trust these folks. And it was awesome. I don't know.
I think, you know, I was going through, and at first we were sort of thinking about doing this chronologically. And so I was putting together sort of notes, and I even put in my notes, it's like this, and it's episode 14. So it's, you know, it really was not that deep in here. I think, no, I'm sorry. I forget. Anyway, early on episode, in, you know, less than 20, I think, where it's more like it's between 10 and 14, somewhere there, where the Verdant Falls, the race to Verdant Falls happened. And I've got right there is this is when we all knew that this was, we were all gonna be with this and see where it went. You know, we did something different, even for the beginning of the next episode, because we had been in such an emotional place with the rescue of Gandry that, you know, I just narrated through the night of, you know, that through the crisis time with Gandry. And I'd say even still today, one of my favorite lines was delivered by Good Guy. As, you know, we were playing some music, and the sun came up, and Good Guy was like, we look at that, there's the sun. And it was just this amazing, I get choked up even saying it, of just the, we made it through the darkness, summary of what we all had emotionally gone through. And that was one of those whole episodes that took on a life of its own. And it's that sort of time and place you can get to with storytelling where things just become very true and very real.
Well, I'll say, and this is from an audience member, not part of the behind the scenes necessary team building and support system and working through that needs to happen when you talk about these very serious and very real situations. The kudos I'm going to give at this moment is you guys weren't afraid to treat such situations with the respect they deserved. You never used them as a trope. You never used them as a throwaway just to pull on a little emotion string. You addressed, and that is so important because in today's where we live, right? Everything is either this side or that side, and there's nothing in between. And that support system is so hard to come by. And not only did you do it for your characters, you did it for each other, and that came through. The family that you guys built with this was so important, even to those of us who were only spectators. And I just want to say how much we appreciate the maturity and respect and directness that you guys were willing to do with this, because life is not always just skipping through a field, right? It's not. And you guys said it's not. Let's figure this out. Let's figure this out on many different story points, but even more than that, let's figure this out together behind the scenes. And I can't tell you the respect I have for you for that. So, all right. Does anybody want to add anything before I change that topic?
Just one more
Absolutely.
to touch on.
Absolutely.
It's because one thing I briefly talked about, touching on the hey, what's going on now with racism and everything with Slay the Dragon, and this one, even on a related but smaller scale, just the fact of me playing with a webcam was a big deal for me, because before that, I've been on Twitch for years, in chat and everything, and for the longest time I didn't want anybody to know I was a woman, and definitely not Black, because the amount of hate and vitriol that would invite was let's say upsetting. And so even just being able to be on here every week, knowing that, the people I play with and wonderful members of chat support it, helped build my confidence. Just with Luna, learning to interact with people more and not just shy away from those situations, and just just not I'm just a normal person, don't worry about me. Very much similar thing, because I could not tell you how scared I was that first week. I was so happy to play, everybody was just I know what this is going to be. And there was some of that at the beginning, but very quickly nipped in the bud. And so that's so that was important to go through, I will say.
Just always remember that you're a Wonder Woman. All right. So that's important. I feel like we couldn't not address that, because you guys did it the way it needs to be done. And so you didn't ignore anything, you didn't skirt anything, but most importantly, you handled it together. So thank you on all of that. Iska, I don't know how much more time you have. Bird, I don't know how much time you have, but
I got a while. I've got 30 minutes or so.
Okay. Tell me Iska's, really quickly, Iska's journey and her resolution.
Yeah, Iska's journey was from this wide-eyed, Good Guy brought it up earlier, she was essentially the same as Luck, that people deep down are good, that, the world is a magical and beautiful place, that everyone at their core you can convince people that, they need to be better, all this. And it was interesting. I mean, sincerely, every relationship Iska had, it was incredible, and I've got moments for each of these wonderful people that truly just like shook me to my core. But one of the biggest lines that took me from the first episodes to the last episodes was always Iska in that dichotomy of Luck and Luna, and where she sits on either side of these people. You know, Axel was her equal. It was this manic energy. You know, Vidar, honestly, the same. Ishkin, the same, of this like wild card. Celia was like this, almost like the older sister that like Iska was both like self-conscious around, but also desperate to impress. But Luck and Luna were these almost like two different parental figures of two opposite worldviews. And so most of the game was me trying to navigate like where Iska fell between the two of them. And I would say at the end of our story here, she is more so on the side of Luna. She's a little bit less enchanted by the world and people. She's not given up on it. I mean, she's an artist, she's creative, she wants to find that joy and bring joy, but she also knows there's like, it's an injustice to not translate sadness and fear and anger as well through her art and her stories and her songs. So
you know what's fascinating to me about that, Bird, is you say you were trying to develop her, you know, sort of ping-ponging, right, between two big personalities. I never saw that. I always saw Iska as this fully developed character. And so I find that fascinating how you were trying to navigate. You were the duck, right? On top, you're fine, but your legs are going like this. I only saw what was above the water. That's fascinating.
And very appropriate. Iska's a terrible swimmer, so it was definitely a lot of flailing.
That's the thing we didn't do. That's right. Okay, quick epilogue.
Iska comes back to Lunaria to take swimming lessons with Luna.
Yeah!
Especially before she sets sail across the sea.
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
All right.
That was the purpose of this entire episode today, right there.
Twice.
Right that wrong. But no, it's just Iska. I mean, honestly, Iska's story is almost my own, of being this kind of young, wide-eyed, like, gee whiz, let's see if we have fun here today, to no, I have developed this confidence. I feel pretty good walking into situations, understanding people, and trying to navigate them closer to what I think is the best resolution for everybody, but unafraid of getting into those fights, those arguments, and willing to stand up for myself instead of just going with the flow or trying to appease everybody. And I think that's where Iska ends her story. She is no longer someone documenting the world, she's someone narrating it. She's someone giving driving force to it. She's hopefully someone who can shape it, both through her art and through fate. She's someone who erased her arch nemesis.
I mean, became one of the most powerful characters, really.
Yeah.
And who still feels her manager.
And yes, of course. And I couldn't be here without my management. I just want to say real quick, you know, shout out to Lunaria Booking Agency.
I'm checking the contract. I think you satisfied your obligations.
I'm so touched by giving this award. I want to thank my friends, my family, specifically my manager.
Just real quick, it's very funny. Like you mentioned that. I don't know. Iska's whole, like, you know, the premise of her leaving her hometown was like her mother being sick, her father being absent, and taking on this role as like traveling bard in order to afford a cure for her mother. And like, it's both, one, it's kind of a regret not fleshing out Iska's relationship with her actual mother more, but also this weird out of nowhere relationship that developed with like Luna and Iska that like, to me was, everyone had this great energy right away, but like so early on, there was this weird connection with Luna that like was like, oh man, there's a lot of rich stuff to dig into here. And I don't really have that strong of a regret of not talking more about her biological mother, because the scenes, the story, the narrative that I feel like I got to have with Luna was so much stronger than what I could have done with anything else.
That's awesome. And then you have the connection with Celia of the hand chopping.
Yeah, no, that was great too. No,
Yeah.
that was
And
really
very important, you know.
That was
Honestly, Stylian, Iska, and the Underdark.
So of all,
That was amazing.
It's one of my highlights. Again, I've got
Shocking.
moments for everybody, but man, that was just truly like Iska wanting to prove herself to Big Sis and thinking she did, but also just like about to pee her pants the entire time.
That was, again, one of those accidental scenes that became, I mean, we jumped over talking about like dice rolls, but you want to talk about a series of dice that just fell the right way again and again and again. To me that was almost, I mean, as much as even the gunslinging, but that was where Iska suddenly found her confidence that she could.
I did love the gunslinging, though.
Yeah.
The gunslinging's great. Listen.
Let's just put that out there.
Yeah.
So, I am going to fit our last two characters' spotlights in right now, and that way, if we have some questions for the entire cast, we can do that. And if it runs a little long for some of the players, that's okay at that point.
Perfect.
Is that cool? All right. So let's switch gears and talk to the guest player who never left, or how I like to say, the person who kept dying but still would never leave.
Plot armor de facto.
Yeah.
Who is Iskrid, and what the what?
And why?
And how?
I just want to start. I'm going to preface this just a little bit.
Yeah.
Truly, the idea again was this whole thing. So I wasn't talking to myself to talk about the history of the world. So I talked to Kyle. It was like, hey, you want to bring back Iskrin from, you played him before, so he's established in the world. And I'm going to tell you in one fell swoop all the history of the world that you need to know. And your job is to regurgitate it without me telling you any more about it. And you being a little bit crazy and not having it all right is perfect. And so literally I did that to them. We got on a call. I think I did an hour and a half of, here's all the shit you need to know. Don't take notes. And I'm going to call on you to explain it to the rest of the cast. Go. And that's how Iskrin, its crazy ass world view was born.
And with that, Dragons, I'm going to read to you from chat. Who is Iskrid and what does he do?
Well, originally, Ishkin was just a vague concept, and then the virus gave me the opportunity to really flesh out. What I had at first was the idea of the character, and then it just developed into this manifestation of my ADHD and just randomness and just how much fun I wanted to have as a character and just confuse people. I just wanted to be a bouncing glitter bomb, and I succeeded in being that. Ishrin, he's an Eladrin. Originally wasn't an Eladrin at first, but I was just like, ooh, Eladrin's otherworldly, like Doctor Who-like. And then me and Jay went on this large discussion about the extra, beyond the world of the Vice, all the background, all the story, all the space lore behind it. And yeah, Ishkin basically developed, and what my most favorite thing about their introduction was saying meh to Iska. That was always a highlight of the introduction. It went well. It went over really well. I won the heart just saying.
So if that's
that moment.
Iskrid, who's Vidar?
Oh, Vidar. That was the question I really needed to ask myself, and when he was born. So when Vidar came to light, and even the name was just on the spot, and I was someone just it called out to me because I was watching Iron-Blooded Orphan at that time, and I thought the name Vidar was really cool. But then I looked more deep into mythology, and it's actually Norse, a Norse god who actually stands for revenge. So it stood true, but Vidar was a little bit of my. I was going through a rough patch at the time after the relationship of mine deteriorated and break up. And he was actually, at the beginning, he was part and part of like that depression that came from that situation. And I wasn't very happy, and then I didn't know what was going on with Dar. I didn't know how to play him for months. I didn't know what his worldview was like, but eventually just came around to someone who was trying to do better and to make happy and understand just the world around him. And also cause just cause all sorts of mayhem for everyone else in these other fine ways.
And you did.
I absolutely did. Yeah, Vidar was. At first I was like, okay, how am I going to do Vidar? And then I don't know. It just that first fight with Barty really sealed the deal for him. Because before that, I was just gallivanting around, just being like, yeah, Vidar's just screw it. I'll do what I want. Just have some fun. But Ishgrim will be back. Nope, let's make this permanent. And yeah, then that set into stone and story developed from there. And I was very reluctant in a way to let go of Ishgrim because like I'd attached myself so much, like in ridiculous amounts, but then I realized I can continue that boy through into Vidar because they're the same person.
Yeah, but still so different, right? And and you had invested so much into Iskrin. So as a player, what's that like to let that go?
Confronting. It was actually quite hard to go through that process and to talk to Jay and discuss with everyone and figure out how I was actually going to play a new aspect of myself. But at that time, I was like figuring that I was a different person. I was coming into my sexuality a lot more, my identity of who I wanted to be and who I wanted to become. And like right now, I'm staring at my giant portrait of Ishgrin I have across on the other side of the room. And I'm just like, oh, I love that boy. But also, I've got a Vidar one coming as well, so I'm very,
that's awesome.
I'm very
That's
happy.
Fantastic.
But yeah, between having to figure out, okay, how am I gonna, who is this new character? Because Ishgrin was essentially a development into my own personality, like I said, and then Vidar came as well. And I really have to thank Viridian Knight as well for helping me come to who Vidar was as well, and helping me through that rough patch as well. Yes, I do. I do have. And the rest of Vidar forms coming as well, V. Don't worry. But mid-campaign and mid-personal problems, like to find such comfort in the vice, but also find that distress of, okay, my character is not my character anymore, but who is my character? Having to develop that and figure that out and go from there, it was a challenge. It does take time, because at first I was like, yeah, I love Vidar. Then I was just like, oh no, who is Vidar? So I had to go through that creative process again, and Ishgrin was a build-up of like a 3-year process of a character concept of a warlock I wanted to play. And then
Had
just
that this time.
No, not at all. No, so I didn't have that creative process. So coming into it and being like, okay, so who is this? Whereas like Ishgrin, especially talking with Jay about the backstory of Ishgrin and he's like the world concept of the sweepers and the Eladrin, like that was really not like that was really nice and hard to move away from. But eventually it went from a greater world perspective and it became smaller and smaller and got, well, selfish in a way, and just really focused on the character, Vidar, first, before going back out into the rest of the world. And it was that connection of Ryan Talia, truly that battle between Barty, Ryan Talia, and Vidar's first encounter, where you could tell in my actions through the battle, I was I was hesitant. I was unsure because I was just like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what Vidar would do still in this situation. He's never faced a big challenge like this. And then it was after that, when we had the reforging, it was like, okay, I have a better understanding of who, after making the choice of who Vidar is as a person, I think I can make something from here. And then also the concept of, okay, my character now has to physically breathe, and the whole aspect of being like, Luna, I can't breathe, stop choking me, stop, was one of the highlights from learning who Vidar was.
But then you had Vidar die too.
And as much of a shock as that was, I'm very, to everybody, I was actually quite glad. Not glad, but I was in shock. I was very disappointed. I was very upset. At the same time, I was like, he's finally done it. He's finally got the bastard. Sorry. He's finally got Vidar. Because there have been, like we mentioned
being
earlier.
Tallswall, yes.
Yeah, he being Tallswall, yeah. So finally did it. He finally did it, and then like after so many times and so many brief escapes where I just felt invincible and the plot armor was real, and I was like, I'm not doing this. Jay's trying. I'm just slipping away. I just had luck on my side for a variety of reasons, and yeah, Vidar was the slippery one who got away till the very end.
I have not heard a better description of Vidar than just now. But now, truly, now he's off being a Guardian of the Galaxy, and I want to know: is this the resolution you expected for Vidar?
No. That was actually when, at the end of it, I didn't know what I wanted, for Vidar, but because I knew that him and Celia were going to go on together. But then Jeanette spoke with me and was like, hey, this is a cool idea. But one thing I did know that, because it was already like established its headcanon, when Istrin finally became Vidar and was able to have actually reproduce, that Viridian actually played a character in a home campaign I did for my friends. Actually played the son of the two in Talonir in that game, and so in my head I was just like, oh, okay, yeah, it's fully established character. But having, where was I got distracted. Hi, ADHD.
Guardian of the Galaxy.
Guardian of the Galaxy. Yes, was not expecting that. Like my first thought was to be like, okay, he's going to become the protector of this sphere. This is going to be his world, and he's going to re-establish the Arcana Mystica and really just boot them out and reinstate his own order, while also going back and becoming a sweeper on the side of the Frost Prince by calling it something else. And eventually, yeah, he's become his own guardian of the sorts like that with Celia, but
Also eternal babysitter. We established that. That's canon.
Yeah, canon.
yeah. So guess who had to live through 800 plus years of seeing people constantly dying while babysitting them?
You did!
Also, he
Yeah.
happens to be living with Celia, so I think he's going to be a fine guardian.
It's true.
That's the most important part.
But we haven't brought up the most important thing, and that would be, what is your most favorite sentient sword?
Oh no.
Oh, yes.
All right. It is Lyle.
Really?
It is 100% Lyle. But Ryan Talia was such a challenge and such a process to figure out. It was such a great resolve and great challenge. But it was just that development of all the way through the campaign, from basically meeting Gwyn Fura and Lyle being established there, to his shattering, his reforging, and all the way up until getting Ryan Talia which Ryan Talia, fantastic character. Lyle was just like the crux of it all. He was the glue. He was that stepping stone to what was great and what was becoming. Ryan Talia was a whole nother challenge and a whole nother bird that I wish we had like another 20, 50 episodes to explore more of Ryan Talia.
Not sure that
That would have been a lot. Yeah, that would have been a lot of fun. But
Who? Not the Water Genasi.
but you would have loved it. But Jay, I do need to ask Jay, what was that damned awakened ability?
Oh, Phoenix Strike. And it was going to be awful. It was going to be, well, because I would have only told you what it did, and you wouldn't know what it did. It was if you struck down one of your allies, that they would, next round, they would arise at full hit points and full spell slots. But it would be literally, it was going to be me, you make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy.
Make a wisdom saving throw, and it'd be as though Ryan Talia had taken over you, and that you would strike down someone who was like within her striking distance of killing them, and they would die. And then on their next turn, they would be popped back at full hit points and at full spell slots.
Yeah, okay, that would have been cool.
That would...
Yeah.
That would be
For you?
That would have been interesting.
Oh yeah, well, just because what would happen in between, everyone else would have a full round to do what the hell do you do
Fuck.
with Vidar. But you were dead, so
Yeah, I was dead.
it might have been best that you died.
Yes. Now
I
I
am-
definitely think so.
I am my own Phoenix Strike.
10 years of peace.
Hey, Heavyweight Gaming, thanks for the raid.
Hey, welcome.
And I'm sorry I cut you up before New Titans. Before
Oh no, that's fine. I just wanted to give you all kind of the pull back the curtain on Lyle, because
Thank
and why that would probably be
Yep.
my answer, because Jay and I put Lyle together. I had made
You didn't.
we did. I had a donation, and so Jay and I got together after a certain episode, and he was like, "Well, what do you want with your donation? You want something for everybody?" And I was like, "Yeah, let's do something for everybody." And then he said, "Well, do you want to help out one particular character, just that one character?" I was like, "Yeah, let's do that." And he's like, "Well, I have this idea for a sentient sword." I was like, "Yeah, let's do that." And so he's like, "Okay, let's
Yes,
talk about
yes,
this.
yes.
What's his personality and whatnot?" And he's like, "What are we gonna call it?" And so this is how Lyle got its name.
I love it.
My handle here is New Titans. Titan is a moon of Saturn. Lysithia is a moon of Jupiter. And that's as deep as we went with the name.
I love it, but
And as soon as we came up with Lysithia, I was so proud of it. So proud of it. Jay goes, "Yeah, I'm going to call him Lyle."
I totally
That is
did.
both so intricately detailed and
Yes.
still just as shallow as possible. I don't know.
No.
It's just
It's a cool name. Is about as deep as it gets.
That's about as deep as it gets, Templar.
It's good enough.
But yeah, this is why I love Lyle, because I got to, that was my little participation in the storytelling, is Lyle.
Yep. No, 100%.
Lyle's best sword.
Lyle's best sword.
I think I asked this, but if not, I'm going to ask it one more time. You had sort of this double arc in this Guardian of the Galaxy's resolution. I think you said you weren't expecting him to go there. Are you satisfied with that resolution?
At 120%.
Awesome.
Like, for me, you could. That was brilliant. Dying for 10 years and then coming back, and then just after everything passed, he's like, "Okay, I'm going to expand out to the stars. Let's do this."
Oh, I
And
thought you were going to say
yeah.
I get to be with Celia, but all right, that's fine.
Well, yeah, no, that too. That's a given.
Two things can be true.
I love the universe and space and anime battles and sometimes my wife.
I just wanted a drag.
Only sometimes. Yeah, the other part of the time is when she's critting him.
That's
True.
it.
It is true.
All right, Mr. Templar Warden.
The man
I
behind the cat.
exist.
I didn't know you were going to take the hidden by so literally, but come
Yeah,
on, that was funny.
it's-
That was funny.
Yeah. Oh man.
Tell me about Axel.
Axel is a tabaxi, obviously. Who?
Not a lich?
No, he's not a lich. It was a consideration. It was absolutely
It absolutely
a consideration.
was. It was discussed.
As much as people were joking about it, it was a consideration. Axel was a tabaxi. He started out in the one shot, and I don't think I really had built on him much. I was like, I want to play a wizard and I want to play a tabaxi. That's a weird mix-up. Let's give it a go. And so we did that, and then I believe I talked a lot with Jay about setting him up for the game, because we had done a lot of the chat in the Encounter roleplay, and so we had a little bit of a talk there. But he was a tabaxi who I wanted to have somewhat of a mysterious background. I wanted something to put there, a hook pulled upon. So he was an orphan. He was found by a wizard and grew up in a wizard's tower. This being Grom, who found him alone where all his family was. I can't remember this much, and this is far back. But the idea for him was at first explore a strange combination that I hadn't played before. And when I was building him, I was like, oh, you know what, tabaxi, let's have a look at these traits. And I'm like, okay, there's a couple of very interesting traits here. And I picked out the energetic kitten. And that's how I started him off. He was energetic, he was hyper, he was curious, he was getting everywhere. And that's where he began. And I built upon that his incredible desire to know more, to learn everything, to discover what he could discover, to get himself in trouble as cats do. He was again, I put there's a lot of things. I gotta find my notes. There's a lot of things that came back for these early sessions. A couple of things though, because I was talking when we were building them. It's like, oh, so what are these options I could do? And it's like, I like this, and I like this, and I really love dragon sorcerers, because dragon sorcerers have this really cool thing that they get all these dragon details. And that was something back from the beginning when we were discussing making this character, that somehow worked into it. But his goal was to learn and to know and to discover, and he went off on this journey, and really he had no goal. He had a direction. He had these hidden keepers who were secrets, like things to learn, and he had a couple of backstories, and really it was a strange beginning for me, because always my characters really are a bit stereotypical. They're a bit all samey, simply because of the way I play him. But picking up Axel and just putting that energy into him was something I really had never done in a character before, and it was lightning in a bottle. He was such a character, and as I played him, I developed him early on as he began out, he didn't quite fit, and he shifted over the first couple of episodes into a character I was comfortable with. But from that point on, throughout this whole story, Axel has been a lot of he's a reflection of me without a lot of inhibitions. So he does all the dangerous things, he does all the crazy things, he acts like he knows so much when he probably doesn't, he's the me I'm confident I could be, in a lot of ways. But he's this great reflection, and there's a lot I can say about Axel. I don't know where to stop.
Well, you know what's interesting about what you're saying is that as I watched Axel go through this and develop, if I were to describe Axel, I originally would have said that he was sort of a knowledge seeker, right? Just someone who wanted more and more and more education. Absolutely. But then I was like, no, that's not right. He's actually a scholar. 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 He's a scholar He loves getting the information, but what he loves more is sharing it. And that's what I thought you brought to Axel, is that he was this steady force in a chaotic group, if I can say it that way.
Which is strange because something from, but yeah, that is in a way yeah, it started off as, oh, I want to know everything, and then it's, why do I want to know it? What is the value of this knowledge? And he ends up creating a library and providing education.
Exactly.
It's you're exactly right. As much as he loves getting the knowledge and finding out the secrets, he sees the value in it as well. But that I think is very much part of his journey.
Now, speaking of your journey, I don't mean to cut you off, but there
Okay.
is a reason that we saved you for last. And that was because when speaking to Jay and putting this together, what I learned is your journey is the one that probably, correct me if I'm wrong, Jay, but probably the one that changed the most from what was originally thought to be the intention to what actually played out. Is that correct, Jay?
Oh no, absolutely. No, Axel. Well, so go back to the world. The idea was that all of these, anything above 5th level spells were, protected and hidden. And the big piece with Axel, and it was actually a whole part of the campaign that we short-circuited when we jumped from the Shimmersalt Flats up to Elevation Pit, is this entire sort of journey back to the west side of the continent around sort of the southern passage around the Midnight Weald. And that was where a whole lot, let's see if I think I've got the map here somewhere that I can pop up. That is where so much of Axel's journey, when it was going to be focused on the secrets and on finding knowledge, was going to be, because that was just where it was, and it wasn't until until the Riley arc appeared and how important and meaningful that I was reading that was to to Templar, that I felt okay with short-circuiting this. I mean, originally we were going to go south out of Falcon's Crest, down through the Shimmersalt Marsh, and then up the river to Highmount, and there was going to be this long river journey. And along that way, we were going to be traveling with the human contingent, including the Arcana Mystica, and it was going to be a lot of Cilia and Axel plot of literally breaking into like the Arcana Mystica tents and different wizards' places to steal spells. And then down at the Emerald Highlands, at this plateau, there's this big thing that's very much like Victoria Falls. Behind that is a temple to Ioun, where that was where Axel would have sort of his big sort of delve and find the Talanoir, which was his previous self's spell book, that would be how he would learn all the rest of his spells. So that was, that whole part of the campaign was sort of re-manipulated when, again, when I realized that Axel's story, that this idea of him being a father was becoming, and a teacher to his son, more important than, there was other ways to get spells into Axel's hand that were very much sort of a DM's conceit and world conceit, whereas I felt that the story that Templar was so invested in was more this one of being a father and diving deeper into the dragon runes, which wasn't dependent on wizardry or spell books or the Arcana Mystica.
And can I just throw in there that when Templar played his relationship with Riley, it was always so authentic, and just the connection was there. And I'm like, wait, these aren't real people, right? Because you did a phenomenal job of showing that parental bond and that desire to protect and teach and equip. That it was just authentic. I don't know. It's the only way I can say it.
I know Bird's got to take off, so let's cut to him real quick so he can say his goodbyes.
Yeah, I want to bounce because I there's so much Axel story left, and it's an amazing one. So, real quick, just to the cast, guys, incredible. We will roll again. Let's hang again. Our character story's done. Our stories aren't over. To the chat, thank you so much for years of awesomeness. Jeff, thank you for doing this. Squall, thanks for telling this story, and we'll see y'all again real soon. I gotta go.
Bye.
See y'all.
I'm gonna have to do some messing around with the cameras here for a second, but then we can go ahead and keep going on because Templar's not on camera.
It's the superpower. When it comes to Axel and Riley, that was weird because that was very much a build upon the powers he had. He had learned the life rune, and maybe rolling back a bit, as Torskull said, he had access to knowledge. He had an access, and he had the dragon runes. And in many ways, yeah, he's like, okay, I don't need to chase this anymore. And me as a player is like, these dragon runes were so engaging and so interesting as a development for Axel that I was okay with those being, his chase when it comes to the magic and the power and the knowledge. But yeah, when it comes to Riley, it was a side effect of him making use. This is what I'm saying, like a scholar, as someone who understands the knowledge, making use of his power. It was when he created something with life, he suddenly understood what it meant. And it's like, because as it was a mechanic. Oh, I get to make a golem that, is cool and fights in combat. And as soon as I did it, it's like, no, this is life. And then as suddenly as a sudden, whack to the face, Axel has this realization, and so I did too, that, there is the importance of this that he has just done. And then that sort of, put him on a different path to, again, being a father. And a lot of that was, as much as it was Riley, it was also... Whoa! Another raid.
Thanks for the raid.
Thanks for the raid. As much as it was Riley, it was so much of me not knowing how to play, Axel being a father, because I no idea. And so I was trying to push that all the way through. It's like, he is trying his best. He is out of his depth. He is stumbling, but he is going to damn well try. And so there was a lot of me in that, and a lot of push on that one from just, I don't know what I'm doing. Let's go for it.
Well, you pulled it off. I have to say, it was well played. It's a fantastic relationship, one of my favorites in the entire campaign. And now I feel overly protective of Riley.
Riley is my god baby now.
Yeah, right?
Because
exactly.
apparently,
So
he's my boy.
What would you say was Axel's, in your opinion, Axel's resolution?
I think, Axel's resolution at the end of the story, at the end of the character arc.
Yeah.
It's to a part of it. There is no resolution. He always wants to know more. Even if he's satiated for a while, he always wants to know more. There is no resolution to that. But I think in a way of resolution, it's that. It is. Yeah, his resolution is at a point. Knowledge is, you have so much knowledge that you must share it, and it's got to be shared. And I think it's something he was like, there can't be a secret, but it can be a riddle.
Yeah.
And I think that's I want to hop off a little bit onto an epilogue because I was thinking like, okay, Axel's got his library, but centerpiece is going to be a representation of their journeys and the most like the core of the library, where there's going to be a little bit of something from everyone. And in there, he was going to have a history. And the thing about the history was, it was almost all riddles. It was all, very carefully written so that somebody, if they had to read it, they wouldn't know what had happened. They would have to piece it all together. And I think there's something very Axel, is that, in his history of their journeys, once he's gone on, that it is there, but it's still a secret. But it is freely available for anyone who wants to try and figure it out. Which I think is a part of it. It's like, no secrets, but you got to work for it still.
Basically, it's the Rubik's Cube. You can see the colors, but you got to put it together.
It's a part of knowledge. You can get the knowledge, but you've got to know what it means. And through the riddles or through an adventure is a way to figure that.
Do you have a favorite Axel moment?
There are several. Most of them involve Nat 1s. Because there's so
You
many
have had
Nat
the
1s.
most
There were
meaningful Nat
so
1s
many
ever.
Nat 1s.
I have niffed so many Nat 1s stand. I have 9 luck dice put away here that I could have used so many times. Well, probably like 4 of those from the last fight. But I think most of them were... I had the 3 moments. The first moment with Death. Where he was in the cans, and he was there with Iska, and he was, he found Sithrax through the Death Rune, and he would have died.
Mhm.
If it wasn't for the fact he had advantage on that.
Well, and can I tell you? You talk about someone else who I was trying to kill, because I had that damn donation for 3 years. So literally every time I had a chance, I was throwing you at the jaws of death as well, and every time you had these amazing rolls.
Yeah, and the second one is when he was divining, and it broke him, and that was it was a terrible moment, but it was such a good moment as well on that roll. And there's been a couple others, but I think those 2 stand out to me the most as something I can bring up and put out there.
Well, I also think the way the whole party, I would give kudos to everyone, how they handled both Axel and Riley after that. Because, Riley suddenly was like, I don't like magic anymore. Because after seeing what it did to you. It was just, I think that was a very great, the interactions of the party of, hey, this is dangerous stuff we're playing with, because at the time, you as a player didn't know what I was going to do as a DM, whether you were getting those intellect points back or not.
Yeah, that was just something. It was a little personal for me, for sure, because my grandfather, he suffered from dementia a lot, and so there was a little bit of that in there, because I was not really around for that. I was on the other side of the world, but I saw the effect it had on my grandmother, and so there was a little bit of that in there to a little bit of personal exploration into this sort of idea, so I could understand it better for other people, for what it meant in my life, to people in my life at least. Yeah.
I'm going to get philosophical here for a second, because one of the questions I've had a lot just through Twitter and other places is, how do you run a successful 3.5-year campaign? How do you get 6 people together for 140 sessions and 500 hours of game? And every single player has said it in their thing, which is that they brought their personal life and their personal themselves to their character and to the table.
Even when it wasn't easy.
Even when it wasn't easy. And actually, especially when it wasn't easy.
Right.
And I think that is the secret. And it's so rare that we had 6 players and myself. Lord knows I put a lot of my own personal things and things that I was going through, or things that I was seeing that really disturbed me in the world, went into this world. And that we all early in the campaign felt comfortable enough with each other to trust each other with putting a piece of ourselves on the line every week. Not just because we were having a combat or whatever, but because, let's face it, the most dangerous thing in role-playing is those one-on-one scenes. And when you're going to those places that aren't the comfortable places. And that's the thing that I think I'm most thankful for every member of the cast, is that they all did come to the table with those pieces of themselves and brought it to the game. And that's why this world was so rich and so amazing for so long.
I agree with you 1,000%. Just as an audience member, I feel like you did some great storytelling, and that can't be ignored. But the contributions from each of these members here, each player with their character and what they are willing to invest into their character to bring that story to life, and frankly to change the story, it was magical, and it was emotional, and it was fantastic. That's the word I'm going to use, and that is a credit to everybody sitting here, plus Bird, plus everyone else that you had to be a part of it, because that commitment, that willingness to work through difficulties and trust each other, that is an ingredient that so many miss, and that is what made this team a family, and that is what made this campaign something to tune into every single week. The fights were glorious, and your die rolls were atrocious, and minus those 2 things, you came in because of everybody who's sitting right here, plus Bird. It's all credit to you guys. So you're not the only one who can be sappy.
Yeah.
With that, what I would like to do, if the cast is willing, is we've had some questions put up on chat. We've had some questions that were given to us from Discord. I'd like to ask a few, and they'll be to the entire cast, and then I'd like to open it up to the cast yourselves to see if you have any questions for each other or for Jay specifically. I won't answer anything, and then we'll see how far we go after that. Is that cool with everybody? Does that work?
Oh,
So-
all my Jeff questions are ruined now. Fine.
I know. Get out of jail free card. Let me ask you the questions that I have from chat and Discord, and this will be to everybody. One question which I thought was fantastic was, if you had to play a different one of the characters on the team, who would you play? No wrong answer.
Who do we think we
This is
would play well, or just who we
Didn't
want
say
to
well.
play?
Didn't say well.
Oh, well, I mean, I loved any time I got to do Iska.
I think I'd like to do Luna, in all honesty. Luna just seems fun.
Just because I want to actually do more damage, Cilia.
There.
Tira's like, no, I don't want to play anyone else.
Fair enough.
I'm perfect.
I think I would want to. I mean, in all honesty, I'd want to play Riley. But if we're going actual PC,
Can I tell you, Riley's my choice. I would want
Best
to play
boy. He is my best boy.
Really, it's best boy.
But if I have to actually choose like one of the PCs, then I would say Axel.
This is not an easy question because there's a hang-up between two of them. I think if it's following on from how I played Axel, it would be Iskrin and Vidar.
All right.
Because,
Oh,
yeah. Because
feel like
Warlocks
you'd
are
be-
cool, and it would be very fun
Well,
to play Iskrin in the same way it was very fun to play Axel.
he got a lot of way. He got away with a lot. I think he would have managed his spells a lot better than I did.
It's fine. I didn't manage anything very well.
That damn tree.
Oh my god.
Damn tree. Oh, that would be.
No! No!
Another little fun thing. Little fun thing.
I mean, except
Axel
for tree hugging Drow, but that's different.
Axel's got to put
That's-
another riddle in his library, which would speak of a terrible great evil upon the land. And if anyone followed it, they would find a tree locked in a small room. It's just a tree, a great evil, a blight upon the land.
It is.
I can imagine adventurers like thousands of years
Exactly.
later coming upon the vault and like
Exactly.
one's attaining powers like why is there a fucking brass tree here?
Yeah.
Uh,
It's just got a little V plus S and a love heart. Like
Not magical. Not anything. Just
Just a damn.
a darn tree
Just-
sculpture.
Just
Stupid.
a dumb tree. It's not even a
Stupid.
good-looking tree.
Tree.
You-
Oh! It's so gaudy.
Went out of his
Look.
way.
So while Vidal was dead, I can't believe you guys would fucking hide his tree from him. You
Yes.
You can't believe that, really?
can't believe
You
it.
can't.
It was in the swamp. They only brought it back to make sure you would actually come back, man.
I've
Which
totally
I
lost
voted
control
against.
Over a tree.
Me and Luna both voted against that. I'll say that right now.
I knew
But
I
then-
couldn't ask permission. That's why I just threw it in as the DM and said that the tree
I
was
know.
there.
Did not appreciate that DM fiat.
Delivered.
All right,
Fucking tree.
I'm taking us away from the tree.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
say,
'cause we'll keep
save
ranting.
us from the tree.
Move
Yeah,
on.
like
Be
Templar
something
said,
really
that's
good to come back
collective
to,
rage
though. I don't know. All right, this is from chat from just a minute or so ago. They want to know what is everyone going to do next? What's your next? What are you playing next?
Oh.
I mean, I can shameless plug and say after this, I'm going to be playing Overcooked 2 with my friends. If you'd like to come and see, you go over to NNG9 at twitch.tv. It'll be starting.
We're
after
shameless
this
plugging.
week.
You can catch me at Good Guy Pie reading School Dudley Pleasant. I do all the voices and everything. It's a fantastic book.
I should join you on that. I really want to listen to it. It's been so long since I've read that book. I honestly have no idea of what kind of character I'm going to play next at all. I've got a new campaign coming up in I don't know, 4 months, maybe 5, where I'm not going to be the DMC. I'm just like, I have no idea on what kind of character or what kind of energy I want to put into it. Because Vidar and Ishrin were just such a solid piece. I'm just like, I'm spoiled for choice, but I have no idea what to do.
I'll speak
Lyle.
for Bird. I mean, and I think a lot of us even said this, is that I don't think any of us are sure that we would ever do another 3.5 year campaign like this again. I mean, certainly lightning could strike again, but it's kind of one of those things where it's like,
A little bit lightning in a bottle. Like, this does not happen.
it just,
often.
I mean, everyone who plays D&D, I mean, just the fact that we very rarely, I mean, there was a couple, over the course of the 3.5 years, I think we had, again, during like Gen Con and stuff like that, where we might take 3 weeks off. But I mean, the reality is some of us even still played together at Gen Con.
Yeah.
For the most part,
That was amazing.
we played every week, for all but 140 sessions straight. And so, I mean, you can just do the math. I mean, it's 140 sessions over 3.5 years. So there's not a lot of missed sessions there other than holidays and conventions. I know that my next whatever will be short adventures. They will probably take place in this same world, most likely on the southern continent. And come and see him. No, my shameless
See,
plug.
you're learning. I'm rubbing off on you.
But yeah, no, I don't. I know Bird said it. I mean, a lot of us said it even after last episode. It was just like, yeah, I don't know if there'll be another thing like this that I'll do in my gaming life.
Jay, there's a question from chat
Yep.
directed towards you, and it's basically not counting the first episode.
Yep.
What's the most time you had to spend in prepping for an episode?
Oh golly. Well, and this is because it's different because I
Can
drew
the
them.
cast guest?
Oh
before
yes,
you
let's have
do
the gas guest first.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Oh.
So my personal guess is when we were doing that first when we were at the temple that had the brother who made the doors that were unpassable.
Okay.
There, I feel like
The monastery?
the monastery, the resolution of that, I think you took a while
Okay.
to
Yeah.
plan.
I am going to guess the Black Dragon Syndicate.
Okay.
There.
I'm gonna guess the Vice and that run of absolute chaos.
Okay.
If we're counting spreadsheet time, that's not fair.
He's a
Certain
spreadsheet
thing.
guy.
Yeah.
I'm going to say the Night Melee.
Okay.
There's a lot of factors in that. There was a lot of what ifs and buts and
Yeah.
logistical issues.
I think I'm going to say the Night Melee and events surrounding that as well. I think
Okay.
that, yeah, there's a lot there and a lot of options and a lot of directions that we were running through quite quickly.
Yeah.
So,
Um.
and he knew that.
So, and this is, it's weird to say because the reality is I would say the thing I spent the longest on was the map of the Black Dragon Flight. But the reality is that single map, while it did take me over the course of almost a month to get it all drawn up and put together, it was used for 7-8 sessions. So I don't know how you fit that in. So I'd say as far as, map wise, because I had to draw the map, and even though I did trace a lot of it from a different map and from different places and really have to lay out that whole thing because of the time it takes to do a map, that was certainly the longest for that. It's funny because so many of you are like, right. For absolute just agonizing over what the hell to do, and NGR9 is absolutely right because I was sure y'all were going to TPK and there was not a damn bit of it. Of the monastery, because you all attacked the monastery and not left. I don't think there was me having to figure out how do I not let this be a full TPK, or at that point we knew that Axel was going to res, and it was how it is there at least one or two survivors to go back and get the rest or figure it out or whatever. So there's that. Night Melee, believe it or not, was not too bad, mainly because I so cut and pasted so many of those from earlier, those people. I already had Callista built. I already had, I had Adolo there. I had Castian was already built. All those types of things. Believe it or not, probably, and this is just because of me and rehearsal times, because there's a lot of those ones that I do speeches on, and because it was the first really big one where I also did a lot of modification to the music, was Iskrin's journey into the stone and into the past when he went to the forge. And because I was so nervous about it, I probably rehearsed that hours. I rehearsed
Some
that.
of your music choices were
Yeah.
great, Jay.
That
Were
was my
spot
favorite
on.
Ishkar moment too.
Yeah.
but
But Jay, sorry to interrupt. For let's say just a normal sessions coming up for the next weekend, okay? How much time during the week do you guess you would spend prepping?
I would say I usually in the early days, it was usually about an hour to an hour and a half per playtime. So when we were doing 4-hour sessions, I usually would spend about 4 hours. But I also really wrote a lot of stuff out in detail because I was a new DM and I was a very nervous DM. That if I didn't have stuff written out, oh my god, so many spreadsheets. If I didn't have stuff written down, I was just really, really worried that I wasn't going to remember or get through it, or was so worried that I would forget a critical plot point that I wanted to use later, because that happened a lot. Me forgetting to say something and then thinking they knew it later on. But as I got more and more into it, again, depending on what I was dealing with and what was going on, I would say I'm usually more like I'd say, again, still 2 to 3 hours for a 3-hour session. So I almost think of it as like a 1-to-1 of playtime. When you have to do, since all of my monsters or all my things were, very few of them were cut and paste stat blocks. I was having to do that. I can tell you one of the, just in general, because it was over the course of a day, it was actually 4 sessions, because I needed it to really feel momentous to the party. The whole solstice day arc of those 4 sessions of the morning, starting with the parade all the way up to the Seth Anders trial, to the big solstice ball that night, and then we jumped right in the last army in the morning, the whole last army and the death rune there. There's just some of those things that you really take time to concentrate on.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. All right. So as we're entering the sort of the last bit of our time together today, let's open it up to the cast. No pressure on anybody, but if any of you have a question about a storyline or something you wanted to happen or hope to happen, something that you thought was going to happen but then took a left turn, or anything at all that you want to ask each other or Jay, take the floor.
And I do have some of the alternate destinies for some of our characters if people want to find out about those. If you're interested in what your character's alternate destiny might have been. We've talked about Axel's, we've talked about Luna's.
I know one thing that I know wasn't going to happen, but part of me still kind of hope, maybe one day in the future we'll do a one-off where we do Tarkus timeline. In terms of everything in the world just went wrong.
Yeah.
You want to do that with your roles?
Yes. I mean, my roles indicate that that's what we should be in.
Oh, this is true. This is true.
Yeah. Yeah, no, so I actually did pretty much the idea that there was 2 competing destinies and 2 competing prophecies. Just because I'm me, I did figure out the other prophecy and what it was predicting. And very much, because it was early on, it was the fact that Kel would not, during the ritual, basically would not fix magic, would not plant the seed that he, the Netherwings prophecy was that Kel would take the seed to them, and basically that at the time of the ritual that he would balk and that he would not plant the seed. Lunarnia would not be born, and the Netherwings would still have this nesting ground where they were able to feed off of all the magic.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Jay, how in the Sam's heck was there a second Riftwalker when Riftwalkers are supposed to be extinct?
Okay, which second Riftwalker?
There was, during the big battle, the Deacon stepped out of a rift.
The Deacon?
I'm pretty sure it was the Deacon.
No, I think it was
Diviner.
the Diviner, yeah. That's
Diviner.
right. The
Oh, yeah,
Diviner
yeah.
stepped out of a rift.
Oh, well, because that was actually just a standard. It was a standard, plane shift type idea. That was the idea that they were using the Arcana Mystica was subverting not having teleportation by basically doing plane shifting type idea. I do have something back for you though.
Oh God.
So, I will say this. Way back, and this is literally after the development of the Ghost, when I first had the very concept of the Ghost, because if you recall, you are the person who actually created the Ghost. Mm-hmm. The Ghost was a person originally. They were a member of a group called the Triad, which was the Ghost, the Whisper, and the Shadow. which was who watches the Watchers. They were basically the people who kept the Obsidian Order in line, and the Ghost was recruiting you to become the new Shadow because the Shadow was lost in the rifts. So that was a whole alternate reality. The other big alternate reality was the whole Shadow Genasi piece. Very early was something I had thought of very, very early on, and I don't think I ever used it in game, but I had it prepared for multiple people because Mim was actually going to tell you is that you had been seed touched, and that Cilia was actually a Shadow Genasi, and that when it wasn't that you were not a moon elf, you were a Shadow Genasi, that Mim disguised your race to go and infiltrate the Obsidian Order, and that was again why you would become the Shadow, that you actually were, that Cilia was a Genasi as well, but that Mim had obscured her race in order to go infiltrate. And so it was the whole idea of being a sun elf and a shadow, that you were the shadow in the sun. There was a whole big arc of being the shadow in the sun.
Huh.
Hey, it's those things.
Yeah.
Some of the crazy things when I was early on thinking of what would be a cool arc. But yeah, no, that was the whole idea that there was going to be this idea that you had been, that Mim you were being basically used by Mim as a tool to go and infiltrate, and also to put you in a place to become the new member of the Triad. So the big one with that is the Whisper was Silent Prayer, the Tabaxi Paladin that I just mentioned briefly in Falcon's Crest, was the other member of who had taken the vow, oath of silence, that let a paladin basically act like a rogue. Sorry, crazy deep plotting.
Yeah. Question.
Yes.
What's something that to you was like, okay, this is a straightforward plan. This is, normal something or other, and we took that on a complete left turn. Something that was should have been straightforward, but we made a mess, or we completely returned around.
Grifting the lift was the thing you all made such a nightmare. That was a pretty straightforward thing with grifting the lift. And oh my god. It was like, wait, you what? Wait, what? How?
It did make for some of my favorite Ishkrin moments ever.
Oh my gosh, grifting the lift was supposed to be a pretty straightforward, okay, hey, here's this person sitting at the table. They're sitting alone. They're just sitting there looking around. Literally, I could have put a sign on the table. Please, important NPC, please talk to me. Big arrows. NPC with information.
Well, you should have made him sparkle.
Yeah. Where was the exclamation mark?
Oh my
Where was my
Right?
glitter?
Where
What
was
was my
the
glitter
quest
doing?
flag?
Oh my gosh. It was just like, are you kidding me? Y'all aren't gonna talk to this guy?
I just feel like we get too suspicious sometimes. Was a big thing with us. Was we'd see something and we'd just be like, that's wrong. And I swear I'd sometimes see your face and you'd be like thinking how we came to that conclusion.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering why we didn't talk to him in the first places either, but I think we were all busy talking to other people.
It was just one of those things where it's kind of like, well, you talked to one person, immediately decided you had a plan, and then we're like, oh, and then put Iska in makeup and heels and a dress.
All right, there.
Yeah, it was like seduce the guy.
hilarious.
Good.
Go seduce the guy. That's the answer. I'm like,
Is it?
Seducing the guy is always the answer.
But
you put Iska, who has
Tell.
the worst. I mean,
But she has a high charisma score.
Yeah, she's the.
It was training. Don't you remember?
That high
She was
charisma of
training.
awkwardness.
Celia was training her.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that was good.
Had to perform in heels, of course.
To
I
good
hadn't
guy
done the
pies.
cortisone training yet. I couldn't do it.
To
Exactly.
good guy pie's note though, sometimes just watching Jay's expression told you everything.
Honestly,
It took a while before I could get back to my any kind of a poker face at all. And then it was he's got his poker face on. There's something weird here.
And sometimes you would just turn your camera off. It's
yeah.
so bad,
I think my favorite thing is that Jay thinks he has a poker face.
right?
Yeah.
It's
The
so
pokeaway face is the giveaway.
like,
face.
you always know that something's gonna happen if Jay just gets that little smirk
It's right there. Yeah.
here.
Look.
Oh, yeah. The thing is, of course, you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
That's just.
Something.
Well, and the other one is always so it's interesting.
The amount of
right.
times you've said that
Oh
to me,
my
I'm just like,
goodness. Get a counter for that.
Does anyone else have a
You
question?
know.
I think like one of my most favorite moments of Jay just being like, "What?" is when Celia banished the void dragon back to the void.
Oh yeah.
that was just the biggest middle finger.
Oh yeah. No, there has definitely been a lot of be careful what you give to your players type ideas that I have certainly discovered along the way.
I have a question for GGP.
Ooh,
Yeah.
okay.
What's your favorite impromptu luck story?
Oh
Oh,
god.
right.
Yeah.
Oh my god. There's like so many which I just like ramble off that don't stick in my mind, but I remember saying.
That's what I'm seeing. Was
Yeah.
there one that you just?
I think it was the tree one, the climbing the tree one with his brother. I think that
Yeah.
one was definitely a good improv one because it just I just kept going with it, but it kept making sense.
There you go.
So,
What? Now I'm wondering, all things considered, what would have been Ishkrin's arc if I had chose Ishkrin?
Do you want
Because we wouldn't have Lyle, we wouldn't have Ryan Talley, would we?
So, well, there's a couple. I mean, gosh, Iskrin was all over the map because I mean, what do you do with a problem like Iskrin, right? I mean, so
It doesn't solve it.
So I'll
Solves
tell
my
you,
problem.
before Vidar came into the picture, I had a very interesting idea, which was the idea that I was going to, Iskrin dies. If I could have killed him, because I thought that killing Iskrin was going to be an easy thing. Silly me. And I was going to do one of those horrible DM bait and switches. I was going to have dragons. It's like, hey, until we can figure out how to introduce your new PC, will you play like it's just an NPC for a little bit, who's tagging along with the party. Get the NPC to go into the ring. Inside the ring, they find a shield. And when they pick up the shield, it's Iskrin. And that Iskrin literally becomes like a magical weapon. That then there's a really cool player character option that I picked up where you play as a magical weapon and you're controlling your wielder is basically a low-level character, but you're the magical weapon who basically is guiding them along their journey. And that Iskrin literally would become the shield of the spheres.
He becomes the god weapon.
Neat.
Yeah, so that was an early on concept. If you came back again, it was going to be
Real quick, we do have a
Oh.
chat question.
Oh, cool.
What magic item do you most regret giving to your players? Sorry, I took your job, Jeff. That's what I do.
Ooh, magic item I most regret giving to a player.
Don't say Lyle.
No, it's
I
not
think-
Lyle. It actually, well,
I
other than the
think I
fact
could-
that it's one of those items that is so OP, but late level in game, it is you basically, as a DM, you can solve it, which is by getting in legendary resistances, which is the dagger of natural causes.
Yeah, I was about to say, you
It's-
complained a lot about giving the dagger of natural causes to the rogue, so.
So no, that, I mean, certainly, but here's the thing, is it's a wonderful plot device for whatever, I mean, again, for just a lot of reasons. And the idea of, especially with Celia becoming death, and that there was this idea that this perfect assassin that makes someone look like they've died of natural causes. So it gives you up, it's a 1d6 levels of exhaustion, Tedric.
D6 crits, too.
Yeah, and it will crit. So you could literally have anything could die with one shot, because they would die of exhaustion. But it is a con save.
Yeah.
So I have a question for everyone, except for Jay. I'm sorry, you
That's
weren't the
fine.
player. And Jeff, I'm sorry, you weren't the player. If your character died and could not be revived, what would your next character have been? I know what mine would be.
I had thought
Good
about
question.
that actually.
Yeah, a little
Actually-
bit.
So mine would have been a drow, wild magic sorcerer that was born in the Vice.
Nice.
Sweet.
Ooh.
I had thought about this, and I would have gone a fighter, and this was before, like, this was like really early on, but the thought was I'd make use of Luke's son, essentially, and I would have him as a fighter, and essentially he's gone off to something about finding out some truth and then going off to inform, and then all that.
Early on, I was actually thinking of if Ishun was to disappear, I was going to go over and do a warlock druid in the form of Kira Lydron. But then I got to the concept. I was like, yeah, that is cool. I think I'll just play a Hexblade warlock to Lysithia. You know, better.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't think too much about it. I was like, what's a concept? And that probably would have been either a Dragonborn Fighter or a Dragonborn Paladin or a Dragonborn Barbarian.
Well, we had talked a little bit about that if something happened to Axe, that you would play Riley.
Before Riley showed up.
Yeah.
Because that's yeah. If it was afterwards, it would have been Riley, yeah, certainly. But before Riley showed up,
Yeah.
that was also something I was thinking about.
So normally I never think of making other characters until I am done with a campaign, but in this time I actually did, and the character that I would have played actually played in the in-person game for Southern Continent. For some background, was name was Stelly Kindell, and she was a human barbarian, and with I think it was like Rage of like the Storm or something,
Yeah,
but there was some path of
Storm
storm.
Totem or whatever it's called.
Totem, yeah, whatever it's called,
Yeah.
yeah, whatever. So she's like, okay, that's kind of like the elemental thing and everything. So so she her story was more fleshed out than Luna's was originally. Like, I'm just like, oh, I actually put thought into this. This won't happen again for 10 years.
And now to look at our biggest fan, Jeff. If you had a chance to play in the Vice, what would you have played?
So the badass assassin was already taken. So I'm thinking probably the Lich.
Taken.
Taken.
Sorry, that's
It was just the
taken too.
fear of the Lich that was taken.
Oof. No, I do have a question for Jay. That I believe we never got addressed, and I'm sure you had it somewhere. Other blood hunters.
Oh my God. So yes, whole big chunk of this. Originally, there was a village, a settlement down in Smuggler's Run, that was Order of the Lycan blood hunters, and that was going to be part of Kel's originally, way back before I went in a different direction. Is that it was going to be Kel's curse ring to these people. They were Order of the Lycan blood hunters who were losing control to the rights. And so it was sort of going to be a good guy, a Luck Kel type idea of trying to save this village, who was basically sort of as Luck was losing himself to his blood rights, that these Order of the Lycan blood hunters were losing themselves to the lycanthropy. So yeah, definitely other blood hunters in the world, for sure. I actually have a question for you. What's the best way to put this? What was the most disturbing insanity vision
Oh.
for you? I know which one it was for
Hard-hitting
me.
questions.
I think it was the mirror one.
I would agree.
That was the one that hit me quite hard, because it was I don't know, losing your identity is definitely always a big worry about me.
Yeah.
It's kind of a genuine fear of losing who you are.
Oh, yeah. No, that one I would say was probably the one that when I wrote it up, I was like, wow, can I really do this to one of my players? And I think it was literally one of the times when I checked with you, but I'd written it and I'm like, I need to double check with him to make sure, because this is awful. But yeah, no, that was so much of Luck's story. You know, it was the how do you know who you are, type idea, which I just thought was an interesting thing to explore. And again, the idea of breaking down every foundation. So I'm not sure if I've mentioned the cast before ever, and I don't know if people have put it together. Luck was not turning into a tiefling; he was turning into a devil.
Oh yeah.
I believe you had mentioned that.
Okay,
yes.
yeah, I thought I had.
Yeah.
I just couldn't.
Like, I
remember.
think it was sometime after the arc. Was like, this was what was happening.
Or
no.
in character, what's the difference?
Oh.
Exactly.
Hot take.
Honestly, I think my favorite thing about having Jay as a DM was how hyper aware he was. If there was any topic that he felt was going to be too much, he was always in chat saying, "Is everybody okay? Like, you're doing
100%.
okay, right? You're good." And like,
Absolutely.
I remember way back when we first started playing together, one of the things, it was actually the moment that I knew, like, these were my people. Like, we're family, whether you like it or not. We hadn't been playing for a really long time, and something happened in my life. I had gotten a test done and it came back bad, like possibly having cancer bad. And I messaged the group and I was like, I just want you guys to know I'm not gonna be there today. Something's going on. I messaged Jay, I told him what was going on, and he messages me like a couple of hours later. By the way, part 2, we're gonna be in combat. So if you feel like that could help you get some of your emotions out, you can just jump in whenever you want. And like afterwards, I ended up like letting the group know, by the way, this test came back, it's bad. And they were awesome. Like, I was super worried about like telling them because we hadn't been playing for a really long time. And I was like, they might not care. Like, it's one of those things where like you don't know how somebody's gonna react. And they were awesome. Like, there was like this group, if you ever have a chance to get a group of people, like all of these people, like, highly recommend.
No, like I said, I think this helped me get through so many things. I mean, just in the last 3.5 years, and I think we all leaned on each other so much through so much stuff, and I think just listening. I think that's the biggest. I mean, listening makes for great role playing, for great improv, but also listening to see and hear when something is really affecting someone and that you need to give it the room and the weight that it needs. That is just, it's rare and important, and it makes you feel seen and heard,
That was all super deep. So,
I have questions.
I was gonna say I could.
Somebody take my job. Somebody take my job.
I legitimately had.
Okay.
Jay, I want you to go last because I know how much you can talk.
Yeah.
If you could have a piece of fan art of a scene from the Vice that isn't already done, what would it be?
Ah, God.
Oh,
Disintegration.
Apart from the one that I'm planning
I'll
on
draw
getting
it up
commissioned-
tonight. A little pile.
We're going to cancel out the one I'm planning on getting commissioned.
Right.
I think it's got to be. It's either the shadow look as he comes out of the blood with nice purple wings, or the or just him hanging out with the Madame, like
Yeah.
one of those moments would be nice.
I think I would choose Iskrin showing Celia like one of his past lives, and it being whenever they flew on the back of a dragon.
Yep.
Yeah,
And Celia got to experience that.
100%.
Nice.
That dancing in the stars into the fields after stealth training. Yeah,
Yeah.
like a little comic base, that would be perfect.
Guys, riding dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Oh
dinosaur.
my
Sure.
God. Totally fair.
Don't know why this is even. Okay.
Totally fair.
Celia,
Well, actually,
Celia
ex-
as Celia as a T-Rex
Oh.
racing a dragon with her friends
Yeah.
on her back.
that's pretty awesome.
That was perfect.
Building upon that, I would think, the battle with Bati in the stones,
Oh.
Yeah.
or just after that, just sort of in the recovery moments and the sort of pull down of that, where particularly it's Iskrin, Vidar, and I can't remember her name. Sorry,
Karaladron.
Karaladron. That moment with,
Oh, yeah.
of course, but
Oh, yeah.
everyone there and their moment of we have done it, and just that moment I think was cool. There's lots of moments, but that's the one that comes to mind.
Another one just hit me. Look, and Asmodee is sharing a drink.
That I can tell you
that's
with
good.
since I know you're commissioning the Tangled Braid ones, then that's my next my other one. For a luck piece would definitely be Luck and Asmodeus,
Yes.
and that just there's so much story there. I would also say for me is Luna meeting Lunaria.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, that was very that was emotional. It was really good, but also very emotional.
Yeah.
I know one scene that I meant to get commissioned for so long, but I never got around to it, was when Luna's holding the acid Genasi's body after, just having to kill him and then just letting out that first primordial scream.
Mm-hmm.
There's also all of Luna and Celia's training sessions,
Anyone?
Yes.
Oh yeah, 100%.
especially the one after Celia finds out that her sister's mind is being messed with,
Oh yeah.
and she just breaks down.
The-
Yeah.
Vidar getting stabbed.
Multiple times. Like always
Pick your favorite.
all the nat 20s.
It's one of
Pick your
those
favorite.
moving pictures. That
Fernando's got a good one. Lily singing next to Luna at the Convergence.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh.
I would tell you, Cobb's art show.
Oh.
I am sorry I nearly ruined that moment with a tree.
No, I mean honestly,
But still,
I
it was
kinda liked-
perfect.
It was perfect. And I don't know, I liked being Smiley Manic Luna.
Yeah, Smiley Manic Luna was probably more terrifying than anything we've ever seen from Luna. Was the "Don't you
Yes.
mess this up"?
Don't you dare.
Like, screw Destiny, I will murder all of you.
Yeah,
Darkest timeline,
Like-
let's go.
that art show is an incredible piece.
I mean, and I'm gonna I'm gonna brag on all my players. We have so many of these because I would sort of paint a background, and then they would paint this amazing scene on it with their characters and the things that they're doing, with their descriptive language, with their going into their actions, their motives, their expressions, their moods. There's only so much a DM can do with painting. I can paint a lovely background, but without all of these players making those moments on the stage I provide, I think we could sit here and we could name 100 pieces that we can see so clearly in our mind, that we'd love to see them drawn. Oh, Iska falling for Astra? Absolutely.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
so cute.
So we've been going for 4 hours now. I don't know
Oh, wow.
how we're doing on time, but I'm going to bring something up and let you all think of any last questions you may have.
Mhm.
And I'm going to give everybody a chance to have last thoughts if they choose to take them. But I don't think any recap would be complete if we didn't talk about the last fight and your awesome die rolls, and when Luna had to make a shot, and Jay said it's a 1d100. Are you going high or are you going low? She thought and she thought and she thought, and she says, I'm gonna go low. And because you have such awesome die rolls in this campaign, Luna rolls a 91 when she's supposed to go low. And Jay was basically like, hold my beer.
Truly.
And Jay rolled a 96.
Actually, no, I think it was even like, I think Jay rolled,
I rolled 100,
say it was
didn't I?
like, no,
Was it
yeah, 'cause I feel like I rolled
It
like
was
a
100.
98. I'm like, oh,
It was something.
there's no
It
way.
was-
And
it was
then
like-
he rolled
it was
100.
100.
Yeah,
It was
Yeah, I
actually 100.
yeah.
Because
I remember.
And it was just like, magic.
that's how this campaign is.
Oh, so many times. I mean, I'll even say with Templar rolling the nat 1 on his last death save with opening the death gate. I mean, that is story.
Ah, Takiaka has it. Apparently, I rolled a 95. Jay rolled 100.
Okay, there you go. Thank
there
you.
you go. Nice check. But Luna making the shot off of a 95 when she's supposed to go low.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
saying.
I'm just that good.
There is a reason I took a feat that allowed me to reroll nat once.
And it came in handy there, that last one, because that was our modified luck feat. It's actually modified lucky feat type idea. But I'm going to take a real quick bio break. I'll be right back because I do have one or two little Easter eggs I would love to share.
Ooh, Easter.
I've got a
Break out
couple
the
of
pastel
questions.
colors. Oh, yes, Templar, go ahead.
It's not. It was for him, but
Oops, never mind.
So, actually, what is? I think it was a question I set up to ask for. I'm buying time while I look for what I actually asked. Here we go.
Doing a great job.
What is
Keep
a?
going.
So there's been a lot of changes and a lot of redirections and characters, but like over the course of the game, what is a change to either the story or a character or just an event? What is a change that you appreciate the most?
Mm.
Ooh. Oh, that's harder.
Because this one's like, yeah, there's been a lot, but it's like, what is, yeah.
I think my stance on magic was because I never intended to be as anti-magic as I was with the character, so that whole angle was definitely one that I think added a nice layer. Like it just sort of it added some ability to not cause like direct conflict, but like a what's the word for it?
Oh wow! It didn't just all stop
mix up
when I
the bag.
walked away, did it?
No.
No.
Oh, I got stuck in. I got
Oh,
stuck in a
must be,
thought
was
loop.
Daniel talking? I just didn't see him.
Yeah.
Oops,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah. So that stance on magic, I think, really changed up the character, and I think that helped me, because that helped me interact with some of the other players in some different ways. Because instead of just being like, "Hey, Vidar, you're silly," it's like, "Vidar, you're going to get us killed."
And
Yes.
so
Which is
central
true.
to the character, right? I mean, it really became a good portion of that character. So I thought it was fantastic.
I know a very early change, because which is a moment Jay mentioned, is Luna reconnecting with St. Cuthbert, because I fully intended that to just be like a background, like, hey, this is just a thing in her background. She used to have faith or whatever, and lost it. It's just like so that reconnect. Like, I never thought I'd have her take levels in cleric ever.
Yeah, no,
I think
I that was a shock to me, and then such a wonderful thing to explore.
Oh yeah.
I think the earliest onset change for myself, or for Ishgrin, was, how can I describe it? It was when back in the Black Dragon flat, and Celia felt useless and was going to basically off herself, and then stopping her from doing that, and then the follow-up conversations with Luna afterwards really cemented the idea in my head that okay, Ishgrin has had his first lesson and changed his viewpoint from just being this otherworldly entity where energy just changes and shifts and moves. It doesn't matter. It's just life. To then being like, okay, all right, I might have to care about these people. And then it was like, just that. It was that weird association. Because originally Vidar was Ishgrin was just gonna bamf out and leave you for dead because he didn't care about life. It was just like, I just want to do my job and go on my way. Then it's like, these people might be able to help me. And then, yeah, we got that. I was not expecting to get in a D&D relationship this campaign. Surprise! Bucket list.
You're welcome.
No, you're welcome. Let's dance.
I think Celia having the conversation with Mim where she said that she didn't want to be Death's puppet anymore was just
It was good.
great.
It was good.
It was good.
It was really good. We saying favorite conversations or favorite interactions.
Favorite,
Changes.
Most
Yeah,
most
favorite
appreciated change.
yeah, most
Gotcha.
appreciated change.
Yeah. So now you're here. I have a question,
Yes.
or two questions. First one. The ambush of the Wandering Pride,
Yes.
what was that? And also, the tabaxi that survived when we changed it.
Oh, wow. There was a whole storyline with that.
It sort of never really got followed.
Yeah. Truly, what happened was you had, the fact it really was just bandits that should not have been able to defeat them. They were just, but the fact was that this, these spirits basically had haunted them, and made it so that they were totally ineffective. Like normally the Wandering Pride would not have been foiled by those bandits. So it really was a chance, a sort of a destiny type piece. But because of the what they were carrying, the protectors basically had, gave them basically disadvantage on all their attacks and all those other things. Now, the person that you saved, so I was going to have this, it was going to be I didn't go too far down the path because I would sort of just, put a few notes in there. But no, the idea would have been that if you all would have gone after them and caught up with them, that they had been in hiding and had been sort of keeping watch and still sort of a whole set of clues, and probably would have led you to some of the information that you got later about the Wandering Pride and the Vision and who they really were and all of that they would have been sort of a historian.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I didn't go too far down the path when you all didn't do it, but that was sort of my idea. It was another way to get you those pieces of information that I then gave to you later in the visions.
All right, cool.
Yeah. So this is one of those, hold on to your butts whether you want to go into the really convoluted, insane, and crazy original Iska's destiny. And Bird and I certainly can go over it later, so this is not but it does it affects a lot of things. So there's a lot of Easter eggs involved with it that were planted throughout the story. I don't know whether y'all are interested or not. I can just go over it with Bird over beers at some point, but if you're interested, the big piece of that is how it truly affected Axel, and some interactions Axel Templar might or might not remember from more early on in the campaign.
Probably won't remember.
Okay. So, just letting you know, this gets crazy. New Titans thought it was interesting when I told him the first time.
Well, I mean, we've got Axel and Iskren here, so...
Yeah.
Actually, with that build-up, I already know, so I don't think you need to tell them.
Okay.
Okay.
So, most of you all know that sort of the original culmination... Oh, go ahead. I see.
I was going to say, before you do that, because I did have another stream planned up, so
okay,
I'm going to zip off. I'm just going to do my little outro here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, I'm Energy9 on Twitter. I'm going to be playing some Overcooked 2. After this is done, feel free to join me when we play for a couple of hours. #BlackAF. And been lovely playing with everybody. You all are amazing and awesome, and I can't imagine the past 3.5 years without you all. Love you.
Love you. Have a great
Follow
stream.
me on Twitter.
Already do.
Bye. Okay, I'm gonna have to do a little bit of work with the screens. Yeah, this isn't my normal background, so I don't have the one click getting us all back in our normal positions. So, and then there were 3 or 4 or 5.
Enough.
Where is... I see a couch. Where's actual Celia? There she is. I'm getting you there. I promise. There you go there. Sorry, folks, for the juggling live, but that's just, because we're pro streamers here. I need a good guy Pie, who is down here. Hey folks, you get to see behind the screen. This is what we normally do over in studio mode. I am doing it live because I'm Mr. Pro Streamer. I probably should go into studio mode, but it's really small and I've got old eyes. And so it's easier to do it on the big screen. There you go. See, this is how we do things. This is how you resize stuff in OBS. You thought you were just going to learn a little bit about D&D. You're going to learn about streaming as well. You have to resize screens when people leave your Zoom call because you have to capture them. And if you're smart, you set up scenes ahead of time, which I do in the normal stream, but not here. Anyway, so grab your beers, hold on to your butts. Just bear with this as we go through all of the craziness, because I'll even say to myself, damn, what was I thinking? As I went back and went through all my notes. Okay, so most of you all know that the original culmination of Iska and Bati was going to be at the Conclave, at the big concert. That was going to be the battle of the bands, was going to be between Iska and Bati, basically Bati using the Iska clockwork to battle against Iska. That it was going to be this duel to the death. The way that he was going to enforce that no one interfered with it was there was going to be this soul contract, this bond, this soul circle that only Iska's soul could enter. So the only two people who could go in there would be Iska and the clockwork. No one else could interfere because it's soul magic, the most binding thing on my world. Blah blah blah. Okay, so just hold on to that. It becomes important later. Yeah, that's how this is. Okay, so we all joke about the names being clues back in Falcon's Crest. B. Artenberry, Sebastian Lockwood, Keeson Brassharp. But they were important for other reasons. When Bati went back in time from Qualvarine, future Iska followed him. And if you recall, my early descriptions of the Fates is that their faces were shifting and that they were every person's face. B, Sebastian, and Keeson were actually all future Iska, who couldn't interfere with her own fate directly, and so she was basically becoming these key figures in her life to teach her how to be a gunslinger, to get her to the Conclave, and to make sure that she had what she needed at Falcon's Crest in order to survive. Oh yeah. Oh, it gets worse.
Where's my red tape? So
this brings up one of the first interesting Easter eggs. And I don't know if Templar, you actually reacted to it pretty well, as it being odd at the time, but I think that it sort of got lost later on. When B took a moment, and we did a beat and did this long goodbye to Axel, saying, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. That was future Iska. Because in future Iska's timeline, Axel died at Sojourn's Crossing. So she was saying goodbye to him, knowing that he was destined to die at Sojourn's Crossing, because
How did he die?
Because that was the whole thing, is why I was going to kill Balshirian, is that Balshirian ended up in this new timeline because Iska bonded so much with Balshirian. The feeders showed up at Sojourn's Crossing and threw Axel into the sky, and Balshirian saved him and was killed by another wing, but saved Axel. So
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
So
Wow.
yeah, that was so Iska basically, future Iska was saying goodbye to her friend Axel, because future Iska thought that he was about to die at Sojourn's Crossing. Deep lore.
Oh man.
So yeah, this isn't deep enough. Deep lore. So the rings, the whole idea of the rings, that magic surge was that whoever was wearing a magical ring within like 500 yards, it gets teleported to the group. That's how we ended up with the cursed rings. They were all stolen from magic users who were at Cloak and Fireball. B was at the Cloak and Fireball. And the ring that was Iska's ring was actually the Ring of Fate, stolen from future Iska. So all of a sudden, you have future Iska now becoming untethered from fate as well because she no longer has her ring. But it gets worse. So,
Oh no!
Mad time travel. Why do we do this?
yes.
Don't do time travel, kids.
This is why this was all cut out, because it'd be great for a novel, but trying to do it as a game is terrible.
It's great for an Easter egg, yeah.
So, when you all meet you all meet Iska's dad, in the Shimmersalt Flats, travel with them to Highmount with the human contingent, all that type of stuff. So in the original timeline, and we've talked about this a little bit, is that Bati would get the Waltz of the Raven Queen, Atropos' Chord of Fate. And that was sort of how he was going to leverage Iska. Would be, this is one of the most powerful songs. It deals with erasing people from their own fates. Is that he would use that as leverage to get Iska to agree to this sort of battle of the bands, the duel type idea. So we're back up to the duel. So it's this duel, for this song that erases people from the timeline, from fate itself. And the whole idea is that whoever has all 3 songs can unlock this 4th song, this 4th Chord of Fate, which is about rebirth, that you can reintegrate someone who's been erased back into the timeline, all that type of deal. So you're backstage, we're behind the curtain on the main stage before the big night performance. You have Iska and Clockwork Iska step into this soul circle that can only be entered by Iska's soul. And they begin to play. And after the first couple of notes, Iska's dad steps in. And Bati's like, what the fuck? And they say, that's your problem, Bati. You always think you're the smartest person in the room. And Iska's dad face shifts from Kientz to Sebastian to B and to finally future Iska. So that...
Oh, shit.
Yeah. And basically looks to Iska and going, we don't know who our dad is. You've always been looking for inspiration from outside of yourself, but it's always been inside of you the whole time. And then the two of them get to duel against Clockwork Iska. And as they start playing the song, Future Iska starts playing the 4th song and goes, Bati, you'll understand. I don't have to learn the 4th Chord of Fate. I wrote it. And basically blow them all away.
That's cool and all, but that sounds like a mess of time.
Oh yeah, exactly. It'd be great for a novel or for a TV show where you could actually show people behind the curtain of what's really happening. In a game, when you've got to try to keep it secret from everyone, it's just a whole lot of mess. The very cool part about the idea of, I did like the idea of when you all, so the Clockwork Iska is defeated, then you all have to battle actual Bati, and the big thing about Bati at that point would be he'd be wielding his sword, which basically crits on a 17 or higher. So he's got like a crazy crit chance, and when he crits on you, it steals your soul and puts it inside of a clockwork that he has there. So suddenly your soul is transported into a clockwork, but if you wisdom save, you have control over it. And my whole idea of having clockwork luck, like little clockwork luck, on a little like wind up horse, being a knight fighting Bati was just like too cool of an imagery to stop. But yeah, there were a lot of things with both Sebastian. There's that big speech that I linked to you all in Twitter chat of Sebastian saying when things all go to the 9 hells, I know that you'll step in and make it right, was in reference to the fact that it was Future Iska who knew about the Asmodeus deal. So there's a lot of Easter eggs there when you realize each of those people was talking to Iska as though they were herself.
I do love it when Jay goes for the simplistic storyline.
Yes. Yeah. Keep it simple, right?
Keep it simple.
Oh,
it's
simple.
so good. So boom. Jay, real quick, we're about to lose.
Oh yeah, I know. We're like everyone has to leave. Okay.
So I don't know if you want me to wrap things up or
let's go ahead and wrap up.
Talking till there's no one else.
Yeah, no, I figured we should go ahead and wrap up. We've gone way over. Thank you everybody for tuning in.
Yeah, absolutely. Does any of the cast have any closing thoughts you want to address or anything, or how's everyone doing?
And we can go ahead and do your sign off as well. So why don't we do sign off and any closing thoughts?
Yeah.
We'll start with Good Guy because you made a noise.
Okay, yeah, I made the noise, so I go. Yes, hi, I'm Good Guy Pie. You can find me at Good Guy Pie on Twitch, where I'm reading the Skullduggery novels. And you can find me at Too Good To Guy on Twitter. Closing thoughts, again, sometimes you just wish it doesn't end, but like, I don't think it could have ended any better. And I want to thank, I'm just going to go around and give one thought about everyone's character as we go. Celia, I absolutely loved just the badassery, as you've put it. It was such a delight to have such a character like that to, go against the whole pacifism thing. So actually someone who's going to kill people because you need...
Yeah, the person who went behind Luck and killed all the people that he didn't kill.
Yeah, that part. The thing that actually makes the RPG part work, where people die and you don't have to worry about them later. That whole game element, yeah. I'm very glad you dealt with that. But it was but again, it made some great RP moments as well. Just to have someone who looks Saw as a villain, but not like a. So that was nice to have. Vidar and Iskrin, crazy. But I got also one of the greatest motivations to get that idea of you are going to get us all killed if you keep messing with powers that you think are in your hand. That was, and it's sort of similar thing with Templar and Axel, with this almost sort of seeing this boy become a father and all that. That was really nice, and sort of the advice that Luck was able to hand over, but also the you are literally messing with time. Like, I'm not a smart man, but like that does not seem like a good idea. So that was a very fun thing. And I've said it before, but again, Iska having that very friendly, on same terms sort of relationship going into kind of opposing ideas and not. I just like it when you're still friends, but you just don't agree with each other anymore. And it was just really nice to have that as a final thing. And the Hop and Luna, that whole relationship, which was just, it was personally one of my favorite parts of Luck's arc, was coming to odds with Luna and her way of dealing with the Genasi. Not because of any racial thing, but it was just like a straight up, your methods are wrong. No, my methods are right. You just don't understand them. And then it was that really nice back and forth. And everyone's characters, of course, top notch. And our DM, who provided me with plenty of nightmares and things to worry about. And those notes.
It was good fun. And thank you for such a rich and detailed, well-explored character. Next up, we'll go with Dragons and Cats, because I know you got a plumber coming. You are muted.
I'm sorry, I can't give a very long, detailed description, such as like Left David. I'm Dragons and Cats, so you catch me on the Twitch and the Twitters as Dragons and Cats. And I just have to say, I love the Vice, the story, the cast and characters, the community. It's been an honor to be a part of it ever since Tall School's first DM. And seeing everything from that story building up, it continued growing into what it is. And I don't think I'll have a more enriching experience in this kind of same way again, because it was just so unique and so wonderful and so perfect, and everyone has just been incredible. Now I'm going to go cry in front of a plumber. All right, I'm going to have to jet, though.
Okay.
I love you all.
Bye.
Wonderful to meet you again, Newtons. Bye.
Next up, Tree Hugging Druid.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Tree Hugging Druid. You can go follow me on Twitter. I don't really tweet things, but I retweet when things are happening. Honestly, you guys, there's not much that I can say that hasn't already been said. Like, I've enjoyed like seeing your beautiful faces almost every Saturday. Like, honestly, y'all have helped me through so much. And honestly, I don't know where I would be if I didn't know you guys. And to absolutely everybody that has ever watched The Vice, honestly, I don't think we would be here if it wasn't for you guys too. Like, y'all supported us and you shared us, and look how much money we've raised. We have raised for charity. I'm just like, I'm baffled. And I have said it in 50 million streams, so I'll just say it again. Like, if you are having any issues mentally, or if you ever just need somebody to talk to, my Twitter messages are open and I will listen. You can vent to me, and if you want advice, I can give it, but I just want to make sure that everybody is okay. There's also, if you look in the chat, I believe Tall Squall still has linked down there the crisis hotline and the crisis text line. They're both things that I have used personally. I highly recommend them.
Absolutely. And last but not least, Templar Warden.
Hello, I'm Templar Warden. You can find me on the internet as Templar Warden. You can find me on Twitter at Rainer Templar. I started up streaming throughout the week, so you can catch me 2 hours, probably at the middle of the night, for most days of the week. Templar Warden again on Twitch. This game was a blessing. It was the bright light in my life when, ups and downs, movement, and sometimes when things get really crazy, having this session regularly with people who care and characters that I love, it means a lot. So I just want to thank everyone everyone who shows up in chat, everyone who plays, you guys, Tall Squall, for running this game. It was, again, as it was said, I can't imagine these past few years without this game. I don't know where I'd be. I can't put any fingers on like any particular big moments, but I know it's meant something. So, yeah. And again, it was also absolutely awesome as a game, as a story with awesome characters. So beyond this, the outpouring of wholesomeness, it was just fun. And of course, that's always a good thing. That's me.
I am Tall Squall, and you can find me on the interwebs as Tall Squall in all sorts of different places. I very easily, we'll see, might be getting back to playing some WoW and streaming it. There will be more stories from this crazy world because there's just a lot more out there still to explore with these people and maybe some others as well. And I really do appreciate, again, all of the support and everything. And I also want to give New Titans a second to say goodbye as well. And thank you so much for being our Master of Ceremonies today. I really do appreciate it. And thank you, everybody. New Titans.
Guys, thank you so much for including me today. It was a real honor. I have been a fan for the last 3 years. You guys are sort of extended family just because I got to watch you every week, and you guys are the real deal. Jay, you've been a terrific friend, and I thank you for that. This was a terrific campaign, and I cannot tell you guys enough what you put together and just what you mean to this community. So thank you so very, very, very much. And again, I'm so honored that you included me on this last episode. So thank you.
So, until next time, folks, gather your friends together and tell a story, because that's what it's all about. Remember, kindness is always a free action. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.